up, everyone? What is up?
Twitch_user_828 is now chilling in the lab.
Thank you for the follow. Barely started the stream, already got followers going. Real or fake? No, I'm a dancer. I'm not a human. What's up, everybody? How's it going, 8 Void? Dev, how's it going? No, what just happened? Oh, did somebody, oh, I think that's from the TikTok side of things. Yeah. So what's up, everybody? It is Tuesday. I need to wake the hell up still. I at least have my tea over here steeping. I've been actually drinking so much tea, I had to buy more tea. Thank you for the galaxies and all that over there. Oh, it's you, Crypto Never Sleeps. How are you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you in a minute. Hope everything's okay. You going to DEF CON? Because if you are, we definitely should go grab a drink. I just got my ticket for B-Sides this morning, so I should be all squared away. I just have to buy my flight, and that's it. Then starts the official prep for Hacker Summer Camp, because y'all know that takes a while. So, yeah, we'll have some content soon about resetting the Cubes laptop, which will probably lead into some YouTube videos talking about Cubes. I'll see if I can get Kali to work in the VM this time. Last year I was having issues with it, so I was just like, F it, I have 2 laptops, I'll just do that. Yeah, so should be fun. I'm gonna try to make content of DEF CON and stuff this year, but of course I'm not just gonna go randomly recording people. So what will probably end up happening is I'm gonna record little bits here and there. I'm gonna try to take note of what was during which day, and then I'm probably gonna end up editing that into a video when I get back. Because last year I'm like, oh yeah, I'll do some editing when I'm there. No, the hell you won't. The reality is, everyone that's like, oh yeah, I'll just record, you know, and, you know, do the editing and all that. Look, if you're doing a quick TikTok or an Instagram reel, that's no problem. But there's so much to do over there as to compare, like, let's say I ever go back to CES one day, which I did do a few years ago before I was even a content creator. Got press passes for that. That would be the kind of event that you definitely could record things, then edit it in the night, because there's not as much fanfare and parties and all that, because, okay, you've got, you know, B-Sides and DEF CON during the day, and then in the evening, there's always parties, there's always people you're going to hang out with and stuff like that. Do you have a gig now? Well, down, not up. They're still building that up. Time for a Red Bull. That shit doesn't give me wings. It makes me turn into a jet because I've basically, like Dave Chappelle, will blast my ass off the toilet in a shitty trajectory. Hey, what's up, Hans? I'm still waiting for a fanboy category for Yo Mama Bot. I can code that in. Let me finish some other stuff up and then we can do that, because I still got to do some improvements on the Yo Mama Bot. I'm curious what Yo Mama Jokes Gemma 4 can come up with, because right now the Yo Mama Bot, I think I pushed the production side of it to use Olama, so it's using my local server. Do you have any experience in the Middle East? Yes. I lived there for about a year or so. I'm also Moroccan. A lot of people don't know that, but I am Moroccan. I got a lot of family over in the Middle East. Muslim, Jewish, you know, all over the place. Drink that coffee. It's not coffee, it's tea. Tea. It has a little bit of caffeine in there, but not like coffee levels. Did you buy from the dark web? Many years ago. Talked about it a little bit. Do you think it's good for the NSA to do mass surveillance or no? No. It's never good for any government to do mass surveillance. Because mass surveillance is a massive invasion to the privacy of your people, and it shows that you inherently distrust your people. I'd rather... what's the statement they have? I'd rather 100 guilty people go free than one innocent person get imprisoned. I was joking. I just want to bully Just Dev. I know, but I want to get in on the hazing too. What kind of, creator would I be if we didn't have my mods bully other mods? All in good humor. Do you get brown fast when tanning? Yeah, I actually do. The problem is I'm basically an albino Arab. Even though it stops terror groups. The problem is mass surveillance hasn't really stopped most terror groups. It's like the same argument as, oh, well, we should, have the TSA do more. How many terrorists has the TSA caught? And yet they have a bunch of holes there. So all you're doing is you're wasting taxpayer dollar going after a bunch of people. What kind of tea am I drinking? This is a tea from Emerald Coast Alternatives. Hold on. Let me see if I can find what they call it. I literally just ordered some more. It's an ADHD tea and focus. It is zombie tea. Here, I can pull it up for y'all. It is this. So, I originally found it on TikTok a while ago, but I like to support small business. So, they actually have pretty great teas I've been drinking for a few years. They got a bunch of different blends. This is one of my favorites. It's got green tea, hibiscus, damiana, marshmallow root, guarana seeds, and peppermint. So, yeah. It's a nice tasting tea for a midday pick-me-up. Saudi Arabia legalized alcohol. That's interesting. Actually, kind of makes sense because they're trying to appeal to more international investment, and a lot of international customers do happen to drink. So it kind of makes sense, because if they're trying to open up to have more business, not every business owner is gonna follow strict Islamic law. So it's security theater? Oh, TSA and mass surveillance? Yeah, they're generally security theater. Like, what's the NSA say they're doing right now? They're collecting millions of people's information that they're not even able to decrypt, store it in these data centers with the hopes of being able to decrypt it later. So you're storing a bunch of people's data that shouldn't be getting their data gathered in the first place, in the hopes that you might bust them later. And how much money are we spending as taxpayers on this? Probably billions of dollars on infrastructure. I think there's that massive data center over in Utah. Well, how many terrorists have there been since TSA was made after 9/11? Well, how many terrorists exist before 9/11? The World Trade Center was bombed before 9/11. What was it, in 91, 92? It happened before. We've had terrorism before. And yet, how many things has the TSA really stopped? It's security theater, just slowing down the process to the point when you're like, oh yeah, the TSA needs to pat you down and all that stuff. I don't want to get into the political argument here. This is the security argument of it, so I don't want to hear any shit about the country I'm about to say. When I was in Israel, they have beat up old metal detectors, not body scanners. They psychologically profile you. So when I would go there, they would ask me a bunch of random questions, not to see what I would answer, but how I would answer. What's your name? Who's your parent? Oh, you have a really Jewish name. Where did you go to synagogue? Who's your rabbi? Who taught you Hebrew? You know, they're just seeing like how you're responding. Things like that. Get right through, slap a sticker on the passport. Put your bag right through the security checkpoint they have. Keep your shoes on. Kept my heavy belt buckle I had because I was living in Texas at the time. So, you know, had that stereotypical big, everything's bigger in Texas belt buckle style. Literally forgot to take it off. Metal detector beeps, and I look at the guy and I'm like, should I go right back through again and take this off? And he looks at me, he just does this. He's like, nah, just come on. How many terrorist attacks actually have happened since the hijacking with the whole raid on Entebbe thing in Israel? Not counting the actual things there. Yet we can't even bring water on a plane anymore unless we got it filled behind the gate. Alright, let's see. If I was in Morocco, I could have steak. You can have steak anywhere. Some of the best barbecue I've had was in Morocco. What do you think about the dropping in tech literacy and what could be done? I know people that can navigate iPad UIs, but as soon as it comes to install a driver or even find a download on a PC, be it Windows or Linux, they get problems. Simple. Parents, you need to stop fucking throwing your kids on iPads and iPhones and all this shit. Say what you will about the fact that my parents gave me access to computers from a very young age. But we had to learn how to use the computer. I mean, we're talking back 95, 98 days, having to learn a little bit of DOS to be able to do things and play your video games. I will tell you this, if and when I have kids, they will not be getting smart devices. They will not. Not because it's like, oh, you know, data privacy, all that. It's straight up, I want them to learn how to think critically. I don't want them to go on a screen and get, you know, dopamine and all that crap just so that they can, you know, be pacified. I'm going to give them the same treatment I had. Hey, look, here's a cardboard box. You know what that can be? It can be a time machine. It can be a fort. Use your creativity. You want to use the computer? Get on a computer. You can use a regular computer. One of my best friends, she has her kids using actual computers. They know how to use computers. Her oldest one is 13 now, I think. She was teaching herself how to code with, Unity and stuff, using ChatGPT, like, even just like 2 years ago. So she could make a video game. So, the problem is you have lazy parents that are just looking for ways to pacify their children and throw them on whatever devices to get them to shut the hell up and be busy. But you need to be actively involved in your child's education. Now, I know people will say, well, it's so busy, you know, both parents have to work, things like that. I'm not discounting that at all. Having a child is a major responsibility. You brought that fucker into the world. You better treat him right. Favorite OS? Temple OS. Why the name Zombie T? I just think they liked it. It's fun. They do like this whole like undead kind of vibe with things. It's cool. What do you recommend for people switching careers? Messer? You know, I've never seen the Professor Messer stuff. He came out like, I think way after I've already been in the career field. As far as like switching careers, it's more just getting a feel for the different things that you want to be interested in, and at least at a conceptual level, understand what each part of IT and cybersecurity is doing. So you can better know where you want to focus in on. You're not going to be able to, you know, master everything. You're going to maybe have like 1 to 3 fields you're going to be absolutely mastering and bomb at, but you need to have peripheral understanding of everything else. How do you raise tech-savvy kids and keep them safe online? Any advice? Well, like I was saying before, you don't give your kids smart devices and have them constantly connected to the internet. Because the problem is, by you giving them a tablet or a phone, even from a young age, to pacify them, you're normalizing that behavior, and then they think that that's okay to do whatever on that device. You keep them away from smart devices until they're able to comprehend what's going on with the device. And once they get to a point where you can have a proper conversation with them, and I don't mean like it needs to be this, very deep level. You give them the basic discussion like we had younger, like stranger danger, things like that, and have them understand the risks of being on the internet. You don't need to get into the nitty-gritty of it. My father gave me this talk. And there was actually an incident when I was on AOL Instant Messenger. Yes, I'm aging myself right now. And there was a strange man that randomly messaged me because I was in a chat room somewhere else. And I was, he was chatting with me, and I'm like, something ain't right about this. And I immediately grabbed my dad. He takes over because it was, I think, a guy that was actually trying to basically like groom me and all that. But because my parents gave me the discussion of, look, you're on the internet, you can have fun on it, but there are also some bad things that can happen, it gave me the wherewithal to understand that. And I think I was like 7 or 8 when that happened. Maybe 9. Either way, the point still stands. Now, parents are basically having the expectation and understanding that their kids are just going to be on the internet. And how many parents have actually talked to their kids about the internet and the risks that are on it? I want you to think about that for a second. How many kids have grown up with the internet and not had a discussion about internet safety? The safety aspects and discussions start in the home. Not in the school, not anywhere else. They start with you as the parent. You ultimately are the most responsible individual for your child's safety. And you are inherently responsible for equipping them with the knowledge and tools to be able to deal with and comprehend this world. You don't shield them from the world. You let them know the ugliness of the world little bit by little bit so they can better comprehend it. It's the same issue as you have like a lot of parents that have never taught their kids about finance, and then these kids go out into the real world and then they're so effed financially because they made a lot of wrong mistakes, and then the parents come around. This happened to me where, parents are like, you should save your money, you should invest your money. You never told me how to save my money or how to invest my money. It wasn't until I ran into a friend that's a financial planner that got me into understanding how to properly invest my money, how to put things aside. Another friend that worked at a credit union that told me about savings accounts because, you go to Chase or any of them, they need a minimum deposit for you to have a savings account, and they barely give you anything when it comes to an interest rate in your money to be saved. So ultimately, you as the parent are ultimately responsible for your child's success or failure. You are the biggest impact of how that's going to happen. That's the honest truth. Now, it's not always 100% like the parent's fault if the child fails, but there's very often a common thread I've seen, especially with quite a few people I've dated over the years, that you can see the failure of the parents have become the core foundation of the issues that their child now has, and they have to work through that. Linux is easy to hack. I mean, you can hack anything, really. The reality is, when it comes to hacking, it's just modifying something in an unattended way to make it easier for your own uses. Linux is literally the epitome of, somebody hacking things together to get things the way that they want. People think of hacking as in like, oh, we're getting in the back door and we're just, getting unauthorized access. No, hacking at its core premise initially was to be able to modify something in unintended ways to be able to better suit your needs and desires for it. That is something that actually, that term, I believe, was actually spawned out of the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory at MIT in the 1970s. It was a few decades later that individuals then turned it into this malicious intention. Alright, I gotta catch up on the chat. I did answer your question. I'm not familiar with Professor Messer, and I already said basically you have to deal with a lot of, you should at least understand the core premises of, core concepts of different fields and know the periphery of it. There's no one simple way to just be like, this is the way you're gonna, you know, go to IT and cyber. That path is different for a lot of people. You should teach. Nah. I'm with you on that, okay. How many batch files I wrote because a red alert or tides of darkness I had to write out like 4 months. With the increased compute in cars, what's stopping people using the excess resources to mine crypto? A steady internet connection, and the fact that most of the cars don't have the type of compute you're generally gonna want to use. Could it be done? I'm sure it's already been done. People have thrown NFTs in cars with that damn TOG car I will never forget about. NFTs in cars makes no sense to me. Don't even ask. I want to go off, but I keep learning stuff. Mistake. NIST 800 153 revision 2 is about to pop off everywhere. Well, once it stops being a revision, we'll see. What's the right age to be having kids? I'm 26 and don't want to be late. That is... Look, I'm 34 and don't have kids. That is more a personal question about how comfortable you are and how capable you are to bring life into this world and properly make sure that they are clothed, fed, and sheltered. There's a lot of parents out there that we all know somebody like that you're like, I don't know if y'all should have ever had a kid. Not that you hate the kid, but you ever meet those people you're like, and you breed. Or throw my kid on Linux and have the internet locked down on their Wi-Fi. Ever go on IRC? Yeah. That was kind of the thing you did back in the day. There was a client that we used to use called Trillion, and Pigeon also did this too, which would allow you to... I think Trillion also let you do IRC. I know Pigeon did. I could have sworn it did. Either way, you would have one of these clients that let you connect to all your different platforms. So it's like, oh, you're on MSN Messenger, AOL Instant Messenger, IRC, ICQ, all these different platforms. One app for all of them. It was a great time, though, to be on the internet, because you literally would be live on the internet, talk to your friends about going to the party, then you get off the computer, get off the internet, completely be away from the internet, and actually go hang out with your friends. So you'd be on AOL Instant Messenger planning the party that you're going to have in the woods, and then go to the woods, and then no internet, just people, no cell phones. And if you did have a cell phone, it was 2G internet with a camera phone, T9 texting, and you got bitched at if you called somebody past like 8 or 9 o'clock, because that's when you get the 3 minutes. Depends on your definition of hacking. The original definition of hacking was never a malicious, completely malicious thing. It was just people modifying things for potentially unintended ways. Plenty or email. Oh, no. Is IAM a good niche to get into? I know quite a few people in IAM. I think it's not too bad. NFTs in general are bullshit. Yeah, they generally are. Here's the unfortunate thing. NFTs were not something... Oh, what's that? Oh. Thank you. I wasn't expecting that. Appreciate that. NFTs, in the way that they ended up being, are generally bullshit. I will agree with you. I was hoping that NFTs wouldn't be this crypto bro shit it turned out to be, where we could actually use it as a proof of ownership or something like that. Like, imagine you could do DRM, where you had a license for a game, and it could actually be stored on the blockchain, and there was a way that it could be signed to you or that. That, I think, would have been useful. That's just a small example. Not saying that had to be the only way. I'm just giving you an example that y'all could understand. But then everybody was like, oh yeah, we're gonna, you know, make millions of dollars on stupid cartoonish apes. Never understood that that NFT side of things. Or the people that are, like, actually trying to display their NFTs. Like, again, that TOG automobile car that lets you display your NFTs in your car. Or the people that buy, the Ledger wallets that have the screen so they can display their NFT. That's worse than the Steeler stickers on cars. Oh, you're letting me know you got kicker speakers and Kenwood and all of that stuff? Well, I'm gonna smash your window and take your speaker set. Same thing with an NFT on your wallet. Being displayed, at least. Revisions of this standards aren't an issue, it's the draft that is. Yeah. My 50 with 2 small ones. Good for you. Think I might be heading that way myself. Only steps to try to get in for a first time, a freshman attending community college, no experience in tech at all. The way I got in personally is I just started tinkering with a bunch of different technology and learning how things worked. That's primarily what I did. You need to have a curious mindset, I think, for a lot of technology positions. And that's one thing, not to go on another tangent, that I think modern education has kind of bred out of a lot of students, because and I saw this happen like at the tail end of my school. We're not really taught so much how to think, but what to think. You're put in front of tests that are overwhelmingly multiple choice, and you're given, you know, definite outcomes for different things. But you don't think about how the entire thing as a whole works together, or the little pieces of it, or when you need more information. And that's, I think, one of the problems that we have right now. I mean, hell, we've watched some content as we get into watching videos in a second here, where we've seen the literacy rate of the United States is plummeting. And primarily, well, there's not primarily, but you have multiple issues going on. Like, a lot of kids would rather use AI to answer for them than them actually understand the answer. There's apparently college kids that aren't even reading the syllabuses. Syllabi. It's syllabi, right? Oh, yeah. I am 16 years old and learning cybersecurity, and I haven't learned anything for 1 month. Is that okay? Yeah. Take breaks. You're 16, dude. But what's stopping you from learning? If you're not, well, here's the thing. If after 1 month you're not learning anything while you're getting into it, then you need to make yourself some challenges. One of the ways that helps is put yourself in communities that you can learn through osmosis. Like, shameless plug, my Discord and Matrix communities that everyone is freely available to join. Sometimes just being in the room with people as they're talking about different things lets your mental juices start going. It happened with me when I was on IRC and forums many years ago. Give yourself projects. Give yourself goals. And it'll take you some time. You're 16. You got time. Look, I know people that haven't even taken their career seriously until their mid-20s, or even sometimes mid-30s or later. As long as you have continuous momentum forward, that's all that matters. What do you think about AI infrastructure? In what way? That's kind of a broad question that can go in multiple different ways. I'd need more clarification there. I heard folks that buy used cars have to get it removed first. Get what removed? Oh, when you connect Bluetooth to your car, it automatically saves all your call logs. Is that true? Not necessarily. It depends on the car. Though generally speaking, when you do go to sell your car, you should do a factory reset on the radio anyway. Where are you located, generally speaking? I am located in the great state of denial. In the Midwest of the USA. Like so many things on the modern internet, it just turned into a pump and dump scheme. Yeah, it's even like AI right now, and I am so sick and tired of people for the past, like, what has it been, like a week and a half, coming into chat, going and saying, asking me like, what do you think about Claude Mythos and all that? And I'm like, I don't give a shit about it until it's actually in my hand, because it sounds like a bunch of overhyped marketing bullshit. Oh, it's too dangerous that we couldn't release it into the wild. The same shit they said about GPT-2. What was that, in 2017, 2019? Which looks absolutely rudimentary compared to the LLM stuff we have today. Yeah, I would love games being on NFT and you can host the copy of the server at home. I mean, it's an interesting idea. Helps me because being dyslexic and having a speech impairment, I believe it will shine. No, I lost the context of that. What stocks to invest in? We are not a financial advice channel. The only thing I will tell you in generalities, I like metals, and I generally go for index funds. That's what I'll tell you. I will say, definitely say dicking around with the old family computer really taught me how to repair and troubleshoot issues. Yeah, taught me a lot too. Entirely self-taught and mentored. I do not have a comp sci degree. I work at Broadcom. Yeah, I'm pretty much self-taught and mentored myself. I do not have a 4-year degree at all. I'm working on that right now just to check off the damn boxes, but yeah, I got my CISSP before I even got my A+, Network Plus, or Security Plus. I got my CISSP before I'll even have my college degree. Your thoughts on homeschooling? I think homeschooling is a valid option if the parents are dedicated and they're not going to teach them a bunch of the BS kind of things of education. Like, it's okay to, like, I think, like, for example, if you're gonna, like, be, like, one of those homeschooling parents, give your kids all the information so they can make their own decision rather than just indoctrinate them into your ideology. For example, I don't necessarily care if you teach your kids about creationism, so long as you are willing to teach them about the Big Bang Theory and how science has said that, you know, the world came to be. Let the kid make up their own mind and have all the facts at their disposal. That's just one example. My family did the same exact thing, pretty much. I wasn't homeschooled, but they told me, like, look, you can do whatever the hell you want when you're in your own house one day, but while you're in this house, you're going to learn about your heritage, your culture, your religion, and we're going to give you all the information around that, and you can do whatever the hell you want when you're an adult with it. I believe AI and kids shouldn't be a thing. I tell people that, I generally believe, and this is me, I'm normally not the one that's okay with age gating, but AI is one of those few things that I say, maybe we should have an age requirement of, like, maybe 16 or at least 13 before these kids are able to use AI. They should be able to critically think before using these tools. What's my Discord? The link's in the bio for it. It's the Renegade Penguin Discord. There's also the Matrix server link in there and all my other socials too. What I want to ask is, what roadmap to get into coding would you recommend? You can do what I did. Go to GitHub, find a bunch of projects, start studying how they do things, look up different concepts, and then give yourself some projects for coding, and then little by little iterate on that. I'm not saying to necessarily depend on AI with what I'm about to say, but you can use it as an assistive tool to help you get through, where it's like, build me a calculator in Python and explain to me how all of this works. I did quite a bit of that. I never had any formal education on coding and stuff like that, but I've got like a few dozen repos on my GitHub for various things. And hell, right before I was on stream, I figured out my audio issue to my capture card for why the audio may not have always been working was an HDMI handshake issue, so I had to work that into a bash script that I had for the combined sync. And that's now on my GitHubs. Just getting into Linux, started by wanting to change from Windows 11, now getting into other things. Congratulations. You have taken the red pill. Any advice? Just keep tinkering. Just keep pulling the thread, give yourself projects, and then ask yourself, what's next? I could do this, I could do that. Join different communities so you can get different perspectives on how different things are done. There's a lot. There's a lot you can do. It's a marathon, not a race. I found 5 million 0 days on OpenBSD during lunch today. I know you're kidding there. I started learning Linux, but once AI came around, I got lazy and stopped pushing myself. Well, get back into it! What do you think about the government using Anthropic for military use involving targets? I already talked about this before, but I think what Anthropic was saying to have reasonable guardrails, like, we do not want it to be used for mass surveillance, and we do not want it to have autonomous decision-making over military capabilities, was a very fair constraint. And the fact the government's like, no, herder, we didn't see Terminator movies, we're gonna let Skynet come to life, is not a good, soothing thought. I'll teach my kid to be anti-Christian. I'm not gonna say no, don't do that, but any other religion I'm fine with, just not Christianity. Okay, I mean, that's your opinion. What was my religion growing up? Judaism, son.
Shalom, motherfuckers!
I love that I have that sound like queued up. Oh. Thoughts on Claude Cowork? I personally haven't used it. I've been using GitHub Copilot Pro more, but Yitz uses it, and he seems to think it's okay. Best opportunities to make money with AI? There's people coming up with ideas all the time using Lovable and things like that to make all types of AI ideas, but there's also jobs around AI now, like cybersecurity AI architects and stuff like that. So there's a lot of opportunities out there. there's quite a few different ways to go with this. I can't really tell you one specific path, because you just gotta use your own creativity to find solutions out there, because right now, it's not really a Wild West, but we're still figuring a lot of things out. Is cybersecurity worth getting into for a career at this point? Yeah. It's tough now for entry-level people, but it's getting tough all over in terms of the market. But yeah, it's still worth it. I knew you before AI. Sup, Houdini? I've always seen Linux as a color blue. Wait, what? Thinking to switch to Mac from Windows. Give me advice. Unless you have a specific reason for Mac, like you're doing Mac development, don't bother. Here's why, and I know some people are going to go, wait a minute, I'm talking from a pure cost perspective here. Unless there is something specific in the Mac OS operating system that you are needing, I generally tell people, try Linux out before you go down that route, because you have the Apple tax. And even though people will say, well, there's that new $600 laptop they have, that's okay if you're doing basic usage. Like, very basic. Like, you're just using your internet browser and very little else. Because once you start doing, like, very heavy video editing and stuff, like, you actually are using it at a more professional, capable level, it starts, you know, not being what you need. That's just how it is. It's a constraint of the hardware. Not a fault of the laptop itself. But the point being, and I say this again as a former Apple user that uses a MacBook at work, there's quite a few headaches I deal with specific to Mac. And Mac is not the one-size-fits-all amazing solution it once was when I was growing up. There used to be a period in time when people were like, hey, I want to do graphic design. I'd say, get a Mac. Oh, I want to do music editing and music creation. Get a Mac. Oh, I want to do, gaming. Get a Mac. Yeah, Macs used to be great for gaming, too. But nowadays, it's really, really hard to say where Mac excels at. And a lot of the people that are going to go up and make a comparison are going to basically compare a Mac computer to a much lower end Windows computer. And that's a hardware discussion, not an operating system discussion. Why do you turn everything into BDSM when they're... Wait, what? I have no idea what you mean by that. I feel like if Skynet happens, that it won't happen, and then it won't happen in my lifetime. I won't... Look, you never know. Go to Roblox and say, if Germany was its former self, you wouldn't be talking about that. Goddamn. The reason I don't like Christians is because they're always against me. I'm not joking. I was even sitting there in my own backyard and a Christian had to stick their head over my the fence. A bit of shirt on that will get you sent to hell if you don't put a shirt on. Oh, because you didn't have a shirt? Yeah, I'm also the asshole that once we had Jehovah's Witnesses that kept coming to our door, and I kept telling them to stop bothering me. I'm not going to be, converting to your religion. I'll respect your beliefs, all of that. Just please stop coming around. And eventually they wouldn't. So I got the Satanic Bible somewhere in my house and started opening the door with that. And then I would get like black lipstick and put an upside down cross on my head. They eventually stopped coming around. I want to know your point of view about user data hosted in another country like TikTok. In what regard? I need to know what you mean, Houdini. Because, I mean, people are hosting data all over, but, like, what about it? Apple Silicon also can't run Linux unless it's M1 or M2, whereas you can use QEMU virtualization for Mac OS development if it does come up. Yeah, I've seen a few implementations where you can virtualize Mac, and the virtualization on Mac still has some maturity issues, because when Windows and Linux were already gung-ho and like full bore into virtualization, Mac, you still had to use VirtualBox, which is a Type 2 hypervisor. It works, but you're trying to do professional stuff. Hyper-V, libvirt/QEMU, KVM, they are way better than VirtualBox. Apple now has UTM, but it's still like, there's still some rough edges from when I've used it a little bit here and there. Linux has been around since before Apple. No, Linux has only been around since 1991. Apple was before them. And then the current Mac that we have got its Unix-like roots because when Steve Jobs got fired from Apple, he went and made a new company called Next Step Computing. It was really ahead of the time. Well, Apple eventually hired Steve Jobs back, and the Next OS basically became the foundation for what is Mac OS X. Will AI take over cybersecurity jobs? No. It'll alter, it'll augment, but it won't take over because, well, there's just various reasons why that's not going to happen. But AI, as it stands right now, is not even true AI. It's a marketing buzzword. This might be an oversimplification, but more or less, it is glorified autocomplete. Is it a useful tool? Yes, but it is incapable of reasoning or genuine original thought. At the end of the day, in cybersecurity, leaders want to hold people accountable for when decisions are made, and just saying the AI said it was okay is not going to be a good enough answer. You're still going to need humans in the loop. There's still going to be a lot of problems that the AI is not going to understand because the AI is only as good as the data it's been trained on. And let me tell you, as much data as you can train all these AI machines on, it's still quicker for a human to learn right now. At least in the ways that you need. Pretty sure Mac is based off Linux. No, it's not. Mac and Linux are cousins. They are both Unix-like operating systems. But Mac is based off the Mach and Darwin kernels, whereas Linux is, well, the Linux kernel. Completely different lineages of history there. Mac OS is, as I remember, closer to the BSD families of things. And Unix has been around since the 60s, if I recall. So, yeah, long pedigree. In Canada and Facebook, Google, and are in the US. I saw what happened on TikTok for you. Oh, what about remote data hosting? Look, you're gonna have a lot more data sovereignty laws happen over time. Germany, I think, as I recall, is one of the countries that requires you to house information for Germans in Germany. The USA really doesn't have laws like that. Though they should. You know, GDPR, kind of like they move it to EU just for simplicity around a lot of those things. Yeah. So, I'm okay with data sovereignty laws, but then you have the question as well, can you trust those governments necessarily to do the right thing with that data? And in order for data sovereignty to even be a good idea, there must be general data protection regulations similar to the GDPR, because in the USA at the federal level, there's really nothing. In Canada, they have PIPEDA, and in South Africa, they have POPIA. In the EU, they have GDPR. In China, they have PIPL. In the USA, I forget which specific states, but the most prolific one that I know is California CCPA. Your thoughts on France making Linux software alternatives to Windows-only software? I'm all for it. Europe has been talking for a while about how they want to get away from the American monopolies of software, because the problem is the USA really shot themselves in the foot. So the USA for the longest time was taking advantage of basically their monopoly in technology to spy even on their allies. So France, Germany, and a lot of other countries want to make sure that their data can be sovereign to them, protected by them, without any intentional backdoors, whether they exist or not. Started using Parrot OS on Hyper-V because you suggested it. Yeah, I like Parrot OS. What do you think about the normalization of mass surveillance by big companies and them selling it? That people should have listened to the cybersecurity and privacy advocates decades ago when we were bitching about this. But we consistently get told that we're the paranoid ones, that we're just wearing a tinfoil hat. Like, I remember... Picture this. Patriot Act is passed, alright? We warned about the access that they would have to all this data. People were even half-jokingly saying, oh, I bet there's some closet somewhere in the ISPs that the government's siphoning all of our data. And people got called crazy for that notion. And then what happened with Edward Snowden? We found out that exact situation was actually happening. Not great. Not great that we have secret FISA courts that can give warrants without people having their right to habeas corpus, or, you know, your right to face your accuser. There's a lot of these things that just don't make sense. And the problem is you have a lot of people that are so asleep at the wheel that they give this bullshit answer very often of, well, my data's already out there, so why should I care? That's exactly why you should care. Because you're going to have more data, you're going to have more information that they then can use against you. But the problem is, you have a large amount of people that if something's free, they're willing to give up their data all day long. And they don't seem to understand that in the majority of cases, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. What do you think will evolve of that about social media worldwide? What? The data sovereignty, all that? People have theorized that they're going to have a division of different internets. Like, they were talking about Russia.
Starlight Eyes is now chilling in the lab.
Thank you for the follow. We had, like, there's always been this idea that we could have separate internets divided across geopolitical lines. For example, many of you may not be familiar with how internet is in North Korea. They do have internet. It's heavily restricted, but a lot of their internet is more of an intranet. They have basically recreated a lot of the services, albeit more of the Temu version, probably because it's coming from China, but nonetheless, of all the things we have. And the things that have leaked out, we've learned quite a bit. Like, I have an image for Red Star OS. We can power it on sometime, which is basically their operating system that's Linux-based that looks like Mac OS. And my God, that thing is noisy as hell, because if you look at it on Wireshark, it's talking a lot, and it goes back to North Korea. So I once got drunk, and I made Kim Jong-un memes with it in GIMP on Red Star OS. Good times. But the point being is that I think we're going to see more of that split of the internet. And from my understanding, in Russia, that's kind of happening. But we'll see what the future holds. Mac was based on Linux ARM, no? No. Mac is its own thing. Mac was based on Unix, and Linux was its own pedigree of being based on Unix. They're cousins. That's it. Francis passed the law last week, I think. Which law did they do? For local data sovereignty? Good for them. We weren't bitching. We were simply explaining what was wrong. Pretty much. Sucks, get away. I recommend going the route of forensics, useful for red and blue. I mean, forensics is interesting. I've done some of that. It's not bad. Tails OS on a USB and as a main OS, good idea or bad idea? Most people don't need Tails OS. I'm not saying the project itself is bad or anything, but here's the thing. If you're in the situation that Tails OS OPSEC-wise makes sense, you have much bigger problems. Like, you are Edward Snowden on the run problems. Which my understanding was that was the operating system he used when he was running and giving the information. In general, the average person doesn't need to be on the darknet regularly, unless you're in a country with very oppressive, restrictive speech. Then using Tor to anonymize your traffic is a whole other discussion. But, be that as it may, the average person, if they even do need to go on darknet, I wouldn't say go use Tails. I'd probably refer them to using something like Unix, which is designed to run in a virtual machine. And you can even get that in an amnesiac setup, so you just update the image on the persistent side, then reboot back into the live session side. And has two virtual machines. One is the gateway, the other's the workstation. And it torifies all of the traffic. Similar to what Tails does, but with even more hardening. But Tails and Kali, let me put it this way, they kind of have this annoying spot in my brain, because almost every time, I've seen people, saying they want to use either Tails or Kali from a new user. It's because they think there's some kind of edgelord, or they think that's the, trendy thing to do, when in reality, the average person doesn't need either. And as I've said, Kali, best to run it on a virtual machine for most of your labs as you need it, maybe on a separate piece of hardware dedicated to it, though I use Parrot OS for that purpose. But you should not really be thinking about, Tails should be in my, toolkit for my everyday stuff. It's good to know and understand, but if you're ever going to actually need Tails for the purposes it was made, you got bigger problems there. What about Linux Mint with VMs on a USB drive? I mean, that's a little bit overkill, because then the problem is whenever you're loading from a USB, it's still going to be slow. Is it a good idea if I remove Windows completely and use Mint? That is a personal call. I would say try it out, see if you like it, see if you can still do your work stuff, back up your data on the Windows computer, because once that's gone, it's gone. And then see how you feel about it. I say Linux is better, but you gotta make sure it works for your own needs. Is this really the end of privacy, or is there still a way forward? Yeah, there's still a way forward, but if you just give up, yeah, it's the end of privacy. In the government forcing people to use real IDs for NSFW sites was the right call, or do you think there could have been a better way? I don't think anyone should be required to give an ID for any kind of website. In the majority. I can't think of anything that I would actually think that's a good thing. Because the issue is when you actually hand your ID over to these sites, they have to process that information. Do you trust those processors to responsibly handle your data, given all the thousands of data leaks that we've seen from data brokers? No, I don't agree with it. Look, here's the thing. NSFW websites have existed for many years already. Hell, NSFW content pre-existed the internet. Alright? My generation, we stole magazines from our dad's nightstand. Many of us did it. Alright? If you're really that worried about your kids accessing NSFW sites, that's a parental issue. That is something you as a parent need to have the discussion with your child about. My mother was a sexual education teacher. She gave me the discussion about birds and the bees and that whole thing, and she wasn't opposed to me seeing that content, even as I was going through puberty and everything. But she made it very clear that this is fantasy, all right? Relationships may not always work that way, and there's a whole different thing when you're dating somebody, and everything that goes into that. I'm not going to go too deep into the specifics here, but you get what I'm picking up. You're picking up what I'm putting down, hopefully. But the problem is you have a lot of parents out there that don't even want to go and talk to their kids about the tough things that they need to talk about as a parent. You brought this kid into the world, you got to let them know how the world works. And if you don't do that, and you drop the ball, and you're expecting the government to parent your kids, well, you failed as a parent, in my opinion. That might miff some people, but that's the honest truth. That's how I see it. It's your kid, it's your responsibility. If you weren't ready to be a parent, well, you should have thought about that before having a kid. Well, suck it up, buttercup. You're a parent now. Do what you got to do. Hi, from South Carolina. Hey, what's up? Have you ever messed with I2P? I've seen some saying it's more secure than Tor. I've messed with I2P. It technically is, but it has a different use case. So I2P only accesses the darknet behind I2P secured things. So the way Tor works is you have 3 hops, as I recall it. Entry node, middle node, exit node. And that's if it's leaving the Tor cloud to go to ClearNet. Otherwise, if it's accessing a .onion address, it will stay inside Tor and never have to hit the exit node. And that's a bidirectional communication, so each node is receiving and sending. All right? I2P, however, last I checked, does not allow you to connect to ClearNet. You can only connect to your I2P enabled websites there. It's unidirectional. So you're sending in one pathway, and it's coming back in another pathway. So theoretically, it's harder to to spy on that traffic. And it is potentially more secure. Now, there is a funny thing you can do, and I've done this in Unix, where you can layer I2P on top of Tor. So your initial connections go over Tor, and then you have I2P, so you can access both Onion, Onion, I2P, and ClearNet in a more anonymous way. It's a little bit slower, but you could totally do that. And just for fun, I also figured out how to run all of that on top of a VPN, so you could do a VPN, Tor, I2P. I know some people are going to say, why would you do it on a VPN? I was just more like, can this even work? What will it look like? I got curious. You have a Discord? Yes, I do. Links in bio for the Discord and the Matrix server. We have a Discord and the Matrix. I'm also on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Blue Sky, and Mastodon. And I just got back on Instagram a couple weeks ago, too. Learning Yara still a must for blue teaming. A lot of the LLM/AI tools can help you do Yara, but you should at least understand the basics. What was the name of what you said? Hunix. Whiskey Hotel Oscar November India X-Ray. Hunix. So, I have my little virtual machine over here, as you can see. I was working on my little coding thing beforehand, and then we'll get into content and everything that we're going to be watching. So, as you can see, I have two VMs here. Haven't turned these on in a while. So, you can see there's a persistent mode and a live mode. We'll just stick to persistent so I can show you something. And then... I don't know, can you see that on the chat? Oh, I may have to move this over. So as you can see, over here, this is the gateway. This brings in all the initial connections. The workstation connects to the gateway. And then, you have Tor built in over here. And... was it dark.fail? Okay. Yep, so... dark.fail, and now we're on the onion address for dark.fail. Okay? Using Tor browser, everything gets Torified, so... you can actually see the connections going over here. Alright? So this is the gateway, as we showed. This is Nix, which lets you see the actual traffic going on there. So I'm just going to refresh this, and you can actually see... oh, well, it probably doesn't help that it is doing that, but... here. We'll just pull this up so I can at least grab something. But yeah, Nix is doing that. Dread's connecting over here. So, this is what I would recommend, and you can keep it amnesiac. Now, it Torifies everything, like I said. So, if I do a update of the system... oh, right. You changed the settings. Right. I forgot they switched how you do this in earlier versions, that you have to go and move into the update section here. They locked it down a little bit more. I do like it, but I'm so used to the old way they did it. There we go. So as you see, there's a system maintenance section. What do you think of the Artemis missions? I think it's nice that we're, you know, doing more space exploring things, but yeah. So as you can see, Tor plus HTTPS, it's actually doing the updates over Tor for all of that. In fact, I'm going to put these off to the side because I need to update them anyway. You just hacked your first website? Nice. Your thoughts on Haiku OS or React OS? I like both of them. Haiku is actually based off of BOS that honestly, if things were different, probably could have overtaken Windows. It was so far ahead of the time. Multi-threaded and multiple processing at the same time. Super wicked fast. React OS is great because it's going to be a whole implementation of Windows that's just completely open source. We've played with React OS and Haiku on stream before. Does Tor guarantee an anonymity? I wouldn't say guarantee, but it can help. Because here's the thing. There's no silver bullet for privacy and anonymity. Or even security. They're all requiring multiple approaches to different things that you have to layer on different ideas. But privacy and anonymity can be helped by Tor. It doesn't guarantee it, because if, like I've said before in the argument of VPN, but it applies to Tor as well. If you go on Tor or a VPN and you're doing the exact same things, connecting to the exact same sites, logging in, all of that, that ain't gonna help your privacy or anonymity. If you go on Tor or use VPN to then log into your Facebook, congratulations, you just gave away that your session is you. Anonymity and privacy is more so about mindset than using any specific tool. Have you heard about the Rockstar Games hack that ended up being just being files that are boring? Wouldn't surprise me. Do you have any issues with Wayland on Pop OS? I'm still on Pop OS 2204, so I haven't used Wayland on this, but I'm waiting for Pop OS 2604 to upgrade. Software engineer here. How easy is it to crack something that transports on layer 4? It depends on the stack and applications you're using. So it's not as simple as, oh, it's at this layer, so it's more secure. It's more about how that connection is being created in the first place from the software stack and the whole configuration behind things there. That makes sense? It's best to have multiple devices for different purposes, social media, work, and secret stuff. You don't even need multiple devices. You just need to be wise about how you use things. I use Cubes OS if I really wanted to compartmentalize things. Cubes OS, which, I gotta find that laptop. Where did I put it? Oh yeah, this laptop over here. We're gonna be resetting that as I get closer to DEF CON, because I have to do a major update for it anyway, because that Cubes version's so old. And I have multiple virtual machines for different things. So I have like another virtual machine for a VPN that I can then hook in to provide Molvad VPN to different services. I have a different VM for social media and offline ones for security and everything. So you don't even need multiple devices. It's more just the mindset of things. But even then, the question is, there's a concept of risk acceptance in cybersecurity. And at a certain point, you're going to have to understand you have to still accept some risks. And by being on the internet, there is inherent risk. You can mitigate them, but there are a lot of different ones out there that the question becomes, is it worth expensing the time and or money and or resources to mitigate those issues? But yeah. Alright. Now let's get into the review on stream stuff. Oh, by the way, I have a new Meshtastic device that's going to be coming in tomorrow, it looks like. Came in early from China. That may actually be my new daily carry Meshtastic device for my decentralized off-the-grid comms. So I'll eventually have a video covering that after I get it a good week or two use. I'm also moving from the TID H8 to H9 for my general everyday radio that I carry. If I manage to get this Anytone DMR radio working, I may switch to that too. I have that for like a year now. Hamvention will be around next month, so I probably will end up with some good goodies from the flea market and getting some radio stuff out there. So there should be some cool stuff coming. I'm going to have content as well. In the near future for DEF CON prep and things that I do and things you should consider. So, because like a lot of people freak themselves out and think you got to put tinfoil hat on your head at DEF CON, when the reality is you only need to put tinfoil hat on your head, tinfoil on your head to make a hat for the tinfoil hat making competition at DEF CON. Real thing, go look it up. It's an actual funny competition we have. Who makes the best hat with tinfoil? What's up, Prisms? That's what everyday browsing equals Firefox and privacy equals Molvad browser. I use Florp, which is a Firefox fork. I am a normal guy. I live in Europe sometimes. The police come to visit for commenting. Well, that sounds like y'all need some... I wish I had the sound for this. Screaming Eagle freedom. Look, let me put it this way. Every country has their issues. There is no perfect country on Earth except for the islands that are uninhabited by people. Be that as it may, that's one thing that I do like about the USA is I can say just about everything short of something that can infringe upon someone else's rights in the aspect of, like, you don't yell fire in a crowded theater. You don't threaten somebody's life. But I can say whatever the hell I want. I could walk around and flip a cop off and, you know, call them a bunch of names. Legally, I'm protected. My micronation is the most perfect nation on Earth and in the cosmos. Is your micronation in your apartment and you've just pulled the whole Pretoria from Family Guy? On politicians, what would you recommend for protection? Is it VPN enough? No. VPNs are... they're okay. But more of it is about use cases. More of it is how you're using things than anything. A VPN is merely just having you access the internet from a different way. But you also have to be able to trust that provider. Know that they're not getting backdoored or anything like that. Not to say, like, they are, but that is a possible threat. Because all you're doing with a VPN is you're moving the boundary of trust. There still has to be some level of implicit trust. And another thing is, I think a lot of people also have to understand not everything should be done online. Like, organizing for protesting and things like that, you have to learn how to do off the grid communications and organization like we used to do before the internet. Because the problem is, you have a lot of people, whether they are doing it legally or not, that get caught organizing their protests on Discord and all that, and you basically allow a paper trail for all the people there. Like, what was it? You had the, Stop Cop City, the Protect the Atlanta Forest, whatever it was, that whole big story Proton had, where Proton handed over the financial information and recovery information of that group that paid for Proton. They had the misinformed understanding that by paying for Proton Proton wouldn't hand over financial data. They didn't have any access to their emails or, you know, what information they were accessing with the VPN or anything. But that information is open. Because when you're dealing with billing and accounting systems, you have to have access to that data, especially if you're doing a subscription. And then, of course, for chargebacks and tax reasons, auditing, all these different things in finance. And for the people out there like, well, shouldn't they, not even have to keep that data? And I'm like, the problem is when you're dealing with PCI, payment card industry, credit cards, things like that, you have to keep records for multiple reasons. Sometimes it's a legal reason. Sometimes it's an auditing. Sometimes it's a customer service kind of issue. If you want to avoid all that, your options are cash or cryptocurrency. That's really it. Is PGP the only safe way to communicate? Let me introduce you to this thing called going up to somebody and talking to them. Have you ever tried tin cans and string? The problem is, while I like technology, people have to understand sometimes technology is the enemy when you want to do a lot of things. PGP can help, but PGP does nothing about the metadata. It encrypts the body. So you still have the issue. I think it can't even wrap around it, attachments, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, PGP can help, but they're still going to see that metadata of who it went to, where it came from, where's it going. Do protesting on Mesh-tastic and have a chip swap. Yeah. We definitely all need to be doing more outside in 2026 and on. Do you think that encryption will be affected soon? They've always been going after encryption. If you're just now worried about encryption, you have no idea of the battle of encryption we've had for decades. The people behind PGP, I think it was Paul Zimmerman, if I'm not mistaken, were almost arrested in the 1990s for PGP because they were classifying it as munitions exports because the encryption was so powerful. Hillary Clinton, yes, that Hillary Clinton, was an advocate of something called the Clipper chip, which was FIPS 185 protocol. Escrowed key encryption, if I remember, was FIPS 185. It was a standard where, hey, you have encrypted communications, but we're going to take the decryption key and silo it so that if law enforcement or government ever needs access to your communications, they have that key escrowed so they can access it whenever they want. But as we know in cybersecurity, a backdoor for one is a backdoor for all. Case in point, Salt Typhoon. They backdoored all the telecommunications industries. Do you remember that? And how do they do that? They backdoored the legal law enforcement wiretapping system to backdoor all the telecommunications systems. Not BS, go look it up. All because they said these backdoors are only for the good guys. No bad guys are ever going to use this, and lo and behold, if there is a lock, there is a key to open that door, and you don't necessarily need the actual key. Sometimes you can do it with just a pop can and being carved into a shim. Sometimes you can do it with a bobby pin. But the point being, if there's a lock, it can be opened. And it doesn't always have to be done with the tool it was designed to have it opened with. Do you think that age verification system will be on Linux? I think it will be, but how it will look is a totally different question. Okay, that workstation just updated. Yay. So now I can do the whole... let's reboot this. Alright. Which Linux distro do you recommend for a beginner? I tried Zorin OS. I personally like Pop OS. Some people like Mint, some people like Zorin, some people like straight up Ubuntu. There's a lot of options there. I'm not saying one is better than the other. Find what floats your boat. That's the more important thing. And for the love of God, if you have an Arch user in your life, tell them you don't want to use Arch because you want to go and touch grass. I am never going to stop enjoying making fun of the Arch users. They know I do it in good sport. There's a running meme in the Arch community if you don't know about that kind of stuff. It's like locking your home doors but leaving your windows unlocked. Well, it's like, as I tell people, like, how would you recommend learning lockpicking? Do I have my lockpicks here? No, I think my lockpicks are upstairs in my backpack. No, I have a different set on my backpack. Well, when it comes to lockpicking... Crap, I don't have it here, and I loaned out my practice locks. Okay. Okay, here's one of my kits. Yay. Sparrows is one of my preferred companies when it comes to lockpicks. So, Sparrows has training locks. They have ones that, let me see if I can pull this up. We'll pull this up and I can show you. You're going to want to get some practice locks. But they make good lockpicks as well. Alright, so... Yeah. Let me, there we go. Practice locks. Okay. So, they have this tool over here, the Night School Edition. Night School Tuxedo Edition should be good, but progressive locks are basically what you're going to want. You start with like 2 pins, 3 pins, 4 pins, 5 pins, and they come in a variety of different ways. Do they still have this set here? Okay, so they do 4 progressive locks here for $35. That's good. You start at pin 2, you're going to need a lockpick set. But you see you have this little kit over here. Oh, they have a left-handed and a right-handed. Oh, that's good. That actually might be a decent start over there, but they have standard spool and serrated progressive locks. But I would probably lean more towards getting progressive locks. I have this revolver. I gotta find where it is. And then get one of their lock-picking sets. You don't need to get, like, the full fancy one. Just one of these basic, you know, tuxedo sets, or this night school one over here, the kickstart. Any one of these should be more than enough to start out with. Now, when you start working with those circular locks, the tubular locks, you need a whole different pick for that. Sparrow versus LPL. I mean, there's different companies out there. I just know and use Sparrows. Oh, you still need to return your locks? I know you got them. It's alright. Are you feeling any better? Because I know we still got to hit the gym, bud. Are you part of the LPU belt system? Not familiar with that is, so no. Do you know the lockpicking lawyer on YouTube? Do I personally know him? No. Do I know of him? Yes, I've been watching the dude for a year. Tool has progressive training locks too. They might be more expensive though. I do like Tool, the one with 3 O's. They were my first lockpicking set. Do not get me wrong. They're great too. They do have progressive lockpicking lockpick sets. The reason why they're a little bit more expensive is their money, from my understanding, goes back to funding lockpicking villages in a lot of their different events. So I'm not opposed to giving them more money. What cybersecurity are you into? Yes. I do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I'm mostly on the blue team side, but I'm slowly getting more into red team stuff. How prevalent is terminal use in your workflow? I use it a lot. Here's the reason why. A lot of people get scared of the terminal for some ungodly reason. The terminal's actually a lot easier than using a GUI. Especially when you need it to do the things that you want it to specifically do. Because when you do a GUI, a graphical user interface, it's only as good as the programmer that has programmed the functions into it. Whereas with a terminal-based application, it's a lot more flexible. It's easier to program whatever you need because, you know, you have a finite amount of space on a graphical user interface, and then you have to, you know, design it properly and everything. But terminal commands are actually a lot easier, even on Windows. Even in Windows, at a certain point when you're administrating a Windows network, you drop into PowerShell because it's a lot easier. Can you do a lot of the things through the GUI? Absolutely, but there is quite a few things that are locked behind terminal, or you just find it's a lot longer to do it the GUI way than there is to do it the programmatic way through terminal or making a batch or PowerShell script and then running it. So it's much more extensible and faster. Absolutely. No GUI equals quick. TUI is awesome. Yeah, terminal user interface. I would prefer things being in terminal for a lot of things. And I would rather do a lot of my stuff inside of terminal. It's a little bit daunting for people if you've only really lived your existence by tapping on screens and clicking buttons. But you actually, once you start getting the hang of it, realize, oh, this actually is a lot faster. This is actually a lot more efficient. I waste more time clicking through menus than I do typing commands. I lost all my trust in mechanical locks. Mechanical locks are, let me put it this way. Locks keep honest people out. That's all it is. Your average criminal is doing a crime of opportunity. So, okay, you get the nicest, fanciest lock. I can smash your window. I can kick your door in if you don't have a strike plate. You get my point? The lock will only, you know, prevent so much. That's why I tell people, yes, you definitely should have locks. Maybe deadbolts, things like that. But you have to consider the holistic point of it. Which is why I have locks and I have cameras on doors where the locks are. Because if they're, you know, starting to, you know, pick the lock or anything, I can have awareness. If you're coming near the windows or anything, I have awareness. And at most, what you're doing is deterring you from being the lowest hanging fruit in that crime of opportunity. That's the thing you need to realize. And if somebody breaks into your house in the middle of the night when you're there, a lock ain't gonna help you. Alarm system will only help for the response, but many times the police arrive after the incidents happen. So at that point, rack dash shotgun. I'm gonna tell you, that's the most, that noise of just racking a shotgun puts the fear of anyone breaking into a house. You have firearms, right? My icon has a rifle. What do you think? I have YouTube videos of me at the range. Like, here. Before we get into the YouTube videos tonight, I shall show you me shooting. Castle Doctrine doesn't exist up here. It exists where I am! And it extends to the car. So there's a short in here. Where was it? It was probably sometime around August. Here we go. Wait. Come on, load up. Light the fires, kick the tires. That's my rifle. I brought that to Vegas with me. So yeah. At the time you're spending for a super strong door and windows to be preferably bulletproof, your better answer would be just move. You know how much that stuff costs? Do you intend on making your thumbnails better? I'm not really the artsy-fartsy type. So what I do is I go through Canva, I get the thumbnail at least stylized, maybe I go back and forth with like Stable Diffusion or some kind of AI for tips and how I can improve it. But I don't really have anyone to do graphic design or anything. And it's not my forte. This is all a side hustle. This ain't even my main job. I got a main job. It's one of the reasons I will never step a foot in America. It's too dangerous for my taste. Really? Here's the reality. It's not as dangerous as people put it out. I have been in countries where I've literally seen a suicide bomb. Probably shouldn't have said that because of TikTok. But I've been there. You're gonna find danger wherever you go, but the honest truth is, most gun crime happens in areas you're not gonna want to be in anyway. And overwhelmingly, a lot of the gun deaths are in self-defense. Do you have things like school shootings and all that? Unfortunately, yes. But let me tell you, I've never had to use my firearm other than a couple of times just to brandish shit because somebody was going crazy, and I'm like, I'm not doing this. If you're gonna start this, I'll end it. But I wasn't even pointing at it. It was like, one was a road rage incident where somebody got pissed off. I stopped at a light. They got out of their car, you know, walk up to my windows, and I literally just throw it on the dash and look at him. I'm like, we gonna do this? And you could see he's like, okay, I effed up here. And he like, whoa, backed up and went to his car. Brandishing is not illegal. It's given the context. If you're using it just to threaten people, that's one thing. If you are already if you are in the case of where I was in a car, you have no ability to retreat in my state. Castle Doctrine applies. If I'm gonna point it at you, I'm going to be, let me put it this way. You never point a firearm unless you're willing to use the firearm. In the state of Florida, if you pull it out, it's over. Well, this ain't Florida. And again, this was a case of somebody came up to my window, basically punched my window, was throwing a bunch of, slurs, whatever. I had no ability to escape. There was a car in front of me. I'm locked in. Oh, and the other time was when I almost got carjacked when I got a bunch of toilet paper during the whole pandemic lockdown. Yeah, that was a fun situation. We all are not mad enough for the Epstein files. Not in the USA, apparently. Why are people not fighting for their rights? People get complacent. People don't want to actually, you know... The problem is with a lot of times that you have, people always expect somebody else to do the fight for them. That's the problem. People are always expecting Superman to come in and save the day for them. But they don't want to do the fight themselves. You have the freeloader problem and any activist cause. Like, think about however many people are protesting for one action and how many people agree with them but don't actually go out to support that action. The law is not going to view it. Record low recruitment level is what we should worry about. I had my stuff on a dash cam and a cop didn't have an issue with it. He was more surprised I didn't fire at that point. Look, you can say whatever you want, but after the incident, I saw it, I had camera, I went to, you know, the police, told them what happened. Nothing happened afterwards. It's wild luck. No, it's just knowing your rights when you're in your state. When you are in your domicile, whether it's a car or a house, you have zero duty to retreat in this state. Strap an EMP to the bottom of the car. Bet that'll scare the bejesus out of someone. Alright, so let's get in. Alright, what did Kara share with us? Apparently the White House has an app here. I'm not surprised about this. What's the big deal here? Oh. Data shared, personal info, user IDs. Okay. App functionality. Okay. Well, where's this that you had? That might be a different way that it shows up. Run at startup, Google Play license check, read badge notifications, view network connections, prevent phone from sleeping, show notifications, receive data from internet, control vibration, have full network access. Yeah. Don't know how comfortable I am with the White House app having all that. One thing I can agree with you on is for sure is how screwed we are as Americans. Well, yeah, every country's F, just in different ways. That's what I've learned living across the world. How hard is it to get CISSP? It's a very difficult English test is the best way to put it. It took me a few months of study. But it's more because of the wording they had on questions than the actual questions themselves. Really? I don't know who the hell that is. Alright. So we saw that. That's apparently the White House app. And then Vampire shared to us some TikToks. What's this?
An American woman was locked up for 5 months because AI facial recognition technology flagged her as a criminal.
Oh! I think I remember this. Was this the woman that ended up in, like, Dakota, North Dakota or something like that, and she's never been there? And then, like, got flagged and extradited, then they just, like, dumped her out on the streets when they figured out she actually didn't do the crime, and basically was left with just the clothes on her back, summer clothes in the middle of winter, and no way to get back, and they effed her over? Was this it?
Police in Tennessee relied on facial recognition software from Clearview AI to identify a suspect in a fraud case, and a 50-year-old grandmother was arrested, extradited over 1,000 miles, and locked up for crimes committed in a state she's never even stepped foot in.
Yep. This is exactly the case I'm thinking of.
There was no direct evidence tying her to the crime scene except for a system flagging her as a potential match, and that was being treated as good enough to start the machinery of the justice system.
We've seen several situations that we've at least reviewed in my streams where cops overconfidently trust the AI systems. There was this one video we saw. Guy was in, I think it was Reno. I could be mistaken. He had his driver's license, a CDL license, mind you, which requires federal background checks and all that, from my understanding, with DOT. He had, like, pay stubs and all of that. And the cop, you know, was told, well, the AI said, like, it's 99% certain that it's him. They looked kind of alike, but not enough. You know, like, the guy they thought it was versus him. And the cop was basically treating him as guilty until proven innocent. The guy presented his ID, his, you know, like, all the information you could think of, even more than the average person probably carries around, like he just got paid and all this. And the cop was like, well, this is probably a really good fake that, you know, he's doing. I'm like, my man, the guy literally is like handing you more documentation than most people even carry on them. And the document, what's the point of even carrying your driver's license if you're not going to believe that he is who he says he is? And even when you check the system, it comes back and says it's a legitimate ID. And then you actually believe that he committed some kind of fraud and had a fake ID all the way into the BMV with federal DOT, like CDL requirements on there. Like, law enforcement, like, this is why I say the United States, one of the issues we have with law enforcement is, did you know that police will not hire people if they have too high of an IQ? This is not a joke. This is an actual thing. If you have too high of an IQ, won't hire high IQ. They have actually, in many places, rejected applicants with high IQ scores, aiming for a range of 20 to 27, around a 104 IQ, as they believe overly intelligent officers may get bored and leave soon after extensive training. And this practice was even upheld in the court case of Jordan versus the City of New London. See? This wasn't just AI making up stuff. This was the case. All right? So we now have basically discouraged smart people, the people you actually want to have all of that, from joining law enforcement. Not only that, do you know how long it takes the average police officer to go through training to become qualified to patrol the streets in the United States? How long do you think it takes? Do you think it takes them a year of school? 2 years? 3 years? The answer is, last I checked, about 6 months on average. That's national average. Some will have lower, some will have higher. You compare it to, I think, Germany with their Polizei. They, I think, need like 3 years of training. I think that's an appropriate amount. Look, you're talking about law enforcement that has to be aware of all these rules, regulations, and the laws, especially as they change, to get it all crammed in 6 months. We have lawyers going to school for, what is it, like 4 to 7 years? I forget the exact amount of time. Lawyers. But then the cops basically get summer school comparatively to the law enforcement. I mean, to the lawyers. That's not going to result in good outcomes.
At no point did someone stop to ask even the most basic question, was she even there? But obviously, thinking is really, really hard, and if we let AI do all the thinking, then we don't have to. Police later admitted that there were a few errors, which is an almost surreal understatement considering the outcome, because after being locked up for 5 months, this woman lost her job, her house, and everything she has. The department also revealed that they weren't even aware, at a senior level, that this specific AI system was being used in the first place, which raises a much bigger issue than just one case. If tools like like this are being integrated into investigations without clear oversight, then the safeguards that people assume are in place simply aren't. Cases like this hit at something deeper than just tech gone wrong. They expose how reliance on AI is eliminating common sense, and how verifying facts is becoming a lost skill. And unfortunately, I think we're going to see many more of these cases in the years to come. An American woman...
Yep. I think we're going to see a lot more issues over time as well. You're barking at the wrong puppy. What's this? That big boy got scared. Alright. Next video we have from Lawn.tv, ATSC 3 update, dueling surveys, and contact your congressperson. So ATSC 3, if you're not familiar with it, is the new standard that we're going after for over-the-air TV. There's a big DRM discussion around it because some providers want to basically lock up that content and encrypt the TV signal so that you can basically yank that content off the air, and it's going to create a lot of issues. There's really no reason why we should be encrypting over-the-air TV.
Hey everybody, it's Lon Seidman. We are back with an update on our fight to end the encryption of over-the-air television. We've got an update here and a call to action that it might be time to let your congressperson know what's going on here, because the broadcasters are now turning to Congress to try to force this new standard.
How do I like my Librem 5? Well, it's been in my drawer for the past few months, if that tells you anything. It was an interesting idea, but a horrible execution. I've been telling people to just get Graphene OS and put that on a Pixel. Motorola's announcement of partnering with Graphene OS is really great. It was a cool concept, but the hardware was underpowered. The software is kind of clunky. If you're really wanting a full Linux phone, I'd probably steer you more to the Pine 64's Pine phone. But I would generally recommend Graphene on a Pixel phone. I have a Pixel 7a I still use Graphene with.
And its encryption on the American people. So we're going to talk about that along with some other news that has come up over the last 2 weeks. Let's get to it. Now, I do want to let you know that this video is being brought to you this week by all of you. That includes everyone who watches and subscribes to this channel on a regular basis, along with those of you who contribute to the channel, either through my donor box page at lon.tv/support, through Patreon, the YouTube membership program, or Floatplane. And then, of course, we've got the super thanks down below. All of your support means a lot to me and keeping this operation moving, and, of course, to our movement to at least protect some consumer rights in this economy if we're able to do that. So we're going to keep fighting the fight here, and I do appreciate everyone's help. Now, let's get into the topic. So why don't we dive into some news here to start things off, and I want to begin with some surveys, dueling surveys, if you will. One is coming from Pearl TV, and they're an organization that's been pushing for a hard cutoff date for ATSC 3.0, including the encryption. And the other survey, as you'll see in a minute, comes from the Consumer Technology Association, or the CTA, who represents electronics manufacturers, and they are opposed to that hard cutoff. Why don't we start off, though, with the Pearl TV survey. This was conducted in March of 2026, and what they looked at here were what people were doing with their over-the-air antennas. Now, I should note that...
Yeah, local news, local weather makes the most sense.
Internet. They weren't calling people.
Oh, God.
They spent a month trying to find people online who are watching TV with an antenna to see what they were doing with it. There's actually some useful information in here. So first of all, as you can see here, that 70% of antenna watchers are watching TV to get their local news, followed by weather, followed by sports, and then of course you've got the national newscast, dramas, movies, traditional TV comedies, and game shows, believe it or not. They also said that the vast majority of TV watchers would purchase a low-cost converter box rather than go without access to free over-the-air television. Now, we don't know how they asked these questions because they didn't release the full survey here. This is just a sampling of the data that favored...
Yeah, I want to see how they phrase the questions.
If you look at one other piece of data they did provide, it shows that consumers were offered a choice of price. Now, think about how this question is being asked, right? Consumers are given the choice of not having TV anymore or having to buy a box to get it again. So, of course, people will say, well, I guess I have no choice. If I want to keep watching television, I got to buy a box. And if you give them a breakdown of pricing, they are...
The Canadian government officially sunset the CBC radio weather channel, which effectively cut off 20% of the population from timely information. What the hell? I'm still a big proponent of radio. I still think that AM radio should be included in cars. I backed that law, as you know, like, was it about a year ago, that was going to force AM radio into cars.
Of course, going to choose the least expensive option, which is what the broadcasters are hoping to land at, around a $60 price point for a DRM-compatible essential box. But that box, as it says here on the bullet point, is one with basic features, which means that it can't record, it can't do anything other than tune one channel at a time. But let's take a look at some actual market data. If we hop on Amazon, you can see that Amazon is selling thousands of TV tuners per month. And the most popular ones here cost well below the $60 price tag that broadcasters hope to land at with their basic devices. And even the least expensive device here for $30 has recording capabilities. In fact, all three of these low-end tuner boxes for the existing TV standard can record. This is an expected feature, recording and playback. Basic DVR functionality is part of the base device these days that you would plug into a monitor or a TV whose tuner has gone bad.
Makes sense. I mean, the VCR has made a lot of that stuff common. Most of our rural population lives on AM radio. Same as the USA. Internet is Starlink or nothing. Yeah. Yeah. They aren't from China. Oh, these are probably Chinese boxes. I'll be honest. America doesn't really make much of our own electronics anymore. But yeah, AM radio is shut down last I heard. No, AM radio still exists. AM radio, even shortwave radio, those still exist. Trust me, I've been enough on my ham radio to know they still exist.
And people are still buying these, and this is the expectation at the low end of the market. And selling equally as strong are gateway devices that we talk about all the time, like the Tableau here and the HD Home Run, which work with your existing devices, meaning you only have to buy this one thing for $100, and every television in your home can tune and record live over-the-air television, and all of that is getting stripped away by this DRM standard. Even Tableau, who is owned by a broadcaster, can't get...
For emergencies, I have an FM AM shortwave pocket radio. For emergencies, I got the Ham Shack over here. I need to get a lithium iron phosphate battery and a charger for it. But, there's that, and then the ham radio I can throw in my car. And, of course, my handheld transceiver I got, too.
Work with encryption on the new standard. So we have to wonder what was in this survey that we're not seeing. And if we look at their methodology slide here, you'll see that the median length of time it took a respondent to answer the survey was 16 minutes, which means that
that's a while.
More questions asked than showed up in this slide deck and press release that Pearl TV put out a week or so ago. And this is standard practice in the polling.
What's lithium ion? No, it's not lithium iron. It's not lithium ion. It's lithium iron phosphate. It's also known as Life PO4. Basically, it's a battery technology that allows you to recharge a lot and get a decent battery density, and you could do a deep discharge on it. So, like, lithium ion, you can get, like, what, 500 to 1,000 cycles? Lithium iron phosphate, you can get like 5, 10, 15,000 cycles of full discharge recharge. And you can get them like, you can have them like car-sized batteries. So it's just, because the power supply for my ham radio puts out 13.8 volts. Because the ham radio, I think it's designed to go between like 12 volts and 14.5 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, and it adjusts for that. It can then be powered directly off the DC power on the battery, which is a lot more efficient than getting a UPS and then having it convert from DC to AC back to DC again, whereas this is straight DC. So I'll probably end up with a battery backup for the ham radio PC over there, and then a lithium iron phosphate that actually can be hooked up. Actually, what I probably will end up doing is get a lithium iron phosphate, then hook up an inverter to the battery, So that way I can use the computer off of that battery, and it's a ham radio first setup where the computer can be there as an option rather than computer first like these UPSs are over here.
Industry. You hire a market researcher or a pollster, they do the survey, they pick out the data points that better match your argument, and they leave out everything else that might show that your argument is not necessarily resonating with the public.
Yeah.
And it is standard practice. So I hope that if they end up submitting this to the FCC, that they include what's called the full crosstabs, which is every question and
They probably won't.
so that people can go through and do more proper data analysis to see exactly where things are amongst this group of 600 antenna watchers that they interviewed for this survey. It is a statistically valid result here, but the question is what is being left out of these results? That
Right, were there leading questions? What was the wording of the questions?
The Amazon data, you can see that people's wallets are voting very differently than the people who took this survey did when it comes to features on their boxes. So we'll have to see what they end up submitting if they do give this data to the FCC. Next up is a survey conducted by the Consumer Technology Association. This was submitted to the FCC, but again, lacking crosstab data. And what they submitted was a few data points.
Anytime they hide the data, anytime they like omit data, it makes me side-eye things and be like, can't you just give us the full data so we can then analyze your methodology?
Antenna television right now. They say only about 8% of the public are using a TV antenna to watch TV. Gen Z are more likely to use any type of streaming service and social media. Millennials are doing streaming and social media, music streaming, and fiber. I'm guessing internet-based kinds of streaming, similar to the Gen Z folks. Gen X, my generation, we're more likely to use a cable provider, or in my case, an antenna. But the boomers,
yeah, I finally convinced my family to get away from that.
Likely to use a TV antenna or a cable provider. And one of the things that I was very excited about regarding ATSC3 is that the tuning quality and the picture quality were so much better than ATSC 1.0 that this might develop a resurgence of over-the-air antenna watchers and presumably a resurgence of broadcast television in general, just because people could get something that they were paying a lot of money for in a way that they'd have more control over. And we were starting to see that begin to percolate. I know the Antenna Man, his requests went way up for antenna help when the new standard was starting to roll out across the country, and DRM closed the door on all of that. Now, this slide in the CTA's...
Yeah, actually, that was a big reason why I was looking at getting back to antenna as well, because I want to get local broadcast, but there's also like things like CBS, NBC, ABC, where they'll have TV shows. But if you get them on like streaming apps like Hulu, generally it's like the day after, whereas I could watch it when it comes out and then maybe DVR it myself. But then I was looking at like the HD home runs, and they have an issue because they can't work with DRM, not as a technical issue, but rather as a IP issue. They're just not letting it get certified to be able to do those things. And it's just so janky, this whole DRM shit. What is DRM? Digital Rights Management. Basically, it's a digital license for you to be able to use a certain IP. So, if you don't have the ability to decrypt the data, then you can't watch it. And that's where DRM plays a role. DRM is cancer. That's a better way to put it, Abby. You're right.
To the FCC was from an older survey that they did, but a more recent survey...
Only reason to keep cable, internet bill is cheaper, $150 a month to $90. Wait, your internet is cheaper because you got cable? That's so weird how they do that. And Pirates have been cracking de novo DRM within a month of release. Well, that's always been a game for years. Sony make you go online just to be able to play offline games, which sucks. Oh, yeah, PlayStation. Yeah, that's a form of DRM.
94% of U.S. adults own a television, and now 15% of them say that they are currently using an antenna for viewing content on TV at home. So there was a slight uptick in antenna usage from a couple of years ago where that initial data came from. They also found that Gen Zers are using antennas, 9% of them, 13% of millennials, and 11% with incomes less than $25,000 a year. They also said 32% of U.S. adults have heard of next-gen TV as a term prior to taking their recent survey, but only 5% said they heard of it and are familiar with it. And in this most recent CTA study, they showed a picture of the next-gen TV logo to their online survey respondents. 22% said they've seen the logo, but 78% said they never saw it. And this certainly aligns with what I've been seeing out in the field. We did that video about a year or so ago when we went out to Best Buy and Walmart and Target and just looked around at the landscape to see if we could see a next-gen TV logo on a TV anywhere. It was missing. And I also talked to a very knowledgeable Best Buy sales representative who knew all about the standard, but said nobody comes in asking about it. In fact, most people are just wanting to make sure their favorite app is on their television when they boot it up. So clearly the data here is aligning with what I am seeing out in the field anecdotally. Now, the CTA's primary goal in this ATSC 3.0 fight is to prevent the FCC from forcing TV manufacturers to put these more expensive tuners in televisions, because right now TV makers are required to have an ATSC 1.0 tuner inside, but not a 3.0, which costs a lot more due to all the DRM requirements.
Right.
So the CTA...
Because it has an actual chip in there to do decryption, so it is a lot more expensive, and it makes your TV a lot more expensive.
Posed this question to their survey respondents. They said the U.S. government is considering a regulation that raises the cost of all TVs so broadcasters can offer new services. Again, it's all about how you ask the question, right? So
right.
That's how they lead off. Please rate how strongly you agree or disagree with the following statements when it comes to mandates issued by government agencies related to television sets. And of course, when you ask the question this way, 50% disagree with a regulation making their TV more expensive. 28% are neutral and 22% agreed. But they also dove in a little bit to the data here, saying that only 14% agree somewhat. And again, the methodology here was presented to the FCC, but they didn't release the full crosstabs in their filing.
TVs are already ridiculous in price. My 2010's plasma TV outdoes modern 4K OLED. Oh, plasma TVs were freaking amazing. They just made so much heat.
Broadcasters, 1,409 adults. And you can more easily get to that survey number because they were not looking specifically for antenna watchers. So those are the dueling surveys. It would be great to get the raw crosstab data from both. First of all, to see exactly how they ask the question. You can see when you ask a question a certain way, you're going to get a certain answer. And I would love to take that data and just mash it up together and see exactly where the agreement points are between two surveys that are coming at this issue from different perspectives. And I think what you will find is that most consumers are opposed to DRM. They're opposed to it not only because it restricts their usage of their devices, but it also makes their devices much more expensive.
Passive IR heat is a boon up here. It gets damn cold in the winter. Okay, for you it makes sense, but...
hope to get theirs to land at 60 with less features. So there you go. We'll see what comes out of that. But who's persuaded by this data? Well, the FCC maybe, but some of the people they present to there are certainly smarter than just to take what they are getting at face value. But members of Congress tend to be swayed by polling memos like what we just saw. And so it might be time now to start reaching our members of Congress here in the U.S.
By the way, for the people giving me shit on AI, his image is definitely AI. I'm just saying. Not hating on him. Just saying.
Of Congress here in the U.S. Just this past week, the NAB has started its efforts to put congressional pressure on the FCC. They got 91 members of the House of Representatives, both Democrats and Republicans, to sign onto a letter that was delivered. And I am sure those efforts will be continuing throughout the month of April because, of course, the NAB show is coming up. I did put together a spreadsheet of all of the signers. You can go to lon.tv/ATSC3 signers, and you will be brought to this Google spreadsheet here where I broke everybody out by state and district number. So if any of these representatives are your representatives, I would suggest giving their offices a call and asking to speak with their policy staff that deal with technology issues, because oftentimes getting the staff member will get you a longer call, but it will also get the information to the right person who has the ear of their boss when they're looking at some of these issues, because definitely the record needs to be set straight with some of those folks. And if your representative is not on the list, you can still write to them, because I think it's going to be important to do so. We're going to see a much heavier push now from the NAB and the broadcasters, because I think they're losing this argument to try to get members of Congress to push things forward. Even if they don't make new legislation, they do have influence, of course, over federal agencies like the FCC. So if you head over to democracy.io.
Okay, so this section is all about how to contact your member of Congress. We've talked a lot about like things like, you know, look up your representative, look up your senator, contact them, all of that. I've contacted my representative multiple times about this, and I probably have to contact them again about this. But, yeah. And it's also useful to write a letter, send that in. You can even, if you look up their offices where they're located, sometimes you can even just drop in. Yeah. So let's move on to the next thing. Okay, Vampire's got some more short videos over here they dropped in the...
TikTok are starting to realize that food is getting fake. It started when someone posted the video of their Hershey's chocolate bar.
What the shit?
TikTok are starting to realize that food is getting fake. It started when someone posted the video.
That ain't chocolate, that's rubber. That's a stamp.
Of their Hershey's chocolate bar not melting even in really high heat, causing people to quickly point out that Hershey's recently changed their formula, which is something even the founder of Reese's called out since Hershey's is making their chocolate. Now people are saying that chocolate doesn't feel real anymore, to the point that it's made out of just oils and chemicals to taste like chocolate, since they no longer use cocoa. But what's even worse is that
Wait, how you gonna call it chocolate and not even use cocoa anymore? What the hell? This is why nobody wants to get American food. This is why they don't trust our meat and shit. This is why, like, everybody's like, oh, why, Chief, why do you only eat, like, from ethnic, restaurants, and, you know, why do you, like, tend to cook a lot of your own food yourself, and, you know, go, 'cause this shit. Go look at your average food in America, the ingredients list. I'm not making the argument necessarily that, like, oh, just because you can't pronounce it, that means it's bad for you. But look up what each of those ingredients are. I know when I lived overseas, when I was, you know, visiting Morocco, when I was in Israel, when I went to Egypt, when I was in the Palestinian territories, when I, you know, lived in Germany, when I was in France, when I was in Portugal, night and day difference between food quality over in all those places I mentioned to here. Huge difference. The reason why I would rather go to a lot of the ethnic stores, especially the African stores, because I love their food, but you know you're getting good quality shit most of the time.
people are noticing changes in other
American meat looks so fake in the grocery store. It really does. At the minimum, if I have the money, kosher meat is kind of where I would tend to go. But at least I like to go to the halal markets because you get good quality meat there. But I don't buy my shit at Walmart or stuff because, like, you ever looked at that meat sometimes? It's like, I don't know if I can trust you, baby.
like bread, saying a lot of
What's up, Jessica? How's it going, girl?
and when you
Oh, did you figure out that issue from last night? Is halal better than kosher? It's more accessible, I would say. They're both, I think, good quality. The difference is the specifics, but, like, all kosher food is halal, but halal is not kosher. Every time I get Walmart chicken, it's frozen in the refrigerator section. Man, I haven't been to a Walmart in years. I did. I reopened the link you were blocked from. Oh, okay. Do I have to submit the thing? Yeah. Where's my phone? God damn it. Freaking magnets. How do they work? Submit by Friday. I'll do it after the stream, alright? And if I have issues, I'll ping you on Signal.
In water, it doesn't even dissolve like normal bread should. Because of this, people everywhere started testing this.
Chief, I think you understand my suffering. Right now, I'm doing unit tests for the entire backend. I've done 13,000 tests, and I'm still at 8 to 80% coverage. Oof. Can we get an F in chat for Marco over there? 80% coverage with 13,000? I'm hoping those were done through CI/CD, or did you have to go through and, like, get that manually operated? Unit test? What the frick? Yeah, that's why we know that your code is shit, Abby.
Emotional, damn it!
CI/CD, of course. Okay. That's not so bad, so you just have to go through and then see what the results are, and yeah. Why is legal stuff hard to learn like what you need to know when making MVP like an app? What do you mean, legal stuff? And thank you for the 100 biddies, Jessica. Appreciate you. I love my little receipt printer. Now I'm curious what you mean by legal stuff. People keep talking about unit tests. I build and break with no idea what a unit test is. I mean, a unit test could be a form of, you know, just building and breaking shit. My sysadmin is great. He gave him an entire Docker file to run the same test suite locally with the same calculations of the CI/CD. Okay, that's nice, but that's still a lot of things that's got to process. A small penance for my disruption of chat. Like TNC and privacy policy. I mean, more of that is more of a discussion of legal and, like, what you are able to do and things like that. The legal stuff, well, there's only so much that you really are aware of, even in cybersecurity, that generally we have to lean on the legal department for the language and the legalese.
People in other countries are even comparing their bread to American bread, saying something is seriously off with food in America.
Yeah, food is definitely effed up in America. Okay, what's this? Oh, I think I saw this video. 2 to the 3 to the 4. If millennials made kids shows, this would be it. Did he really just, is this Jaquan? I think it was Jaquan. Here comes the 1 to the 3 to the 4. Everybody drunk now on the dance floor. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. That one.
3 to the 2 to the 1. Science fair coming soon. Last year we won.
One, and more than did fun.
Go to 3 to the 4 to the 5. Science fair coming. Who gon' win the grand prize? Robotics club, flip the switch, make it live. Growing up.
This is actually pretty good, I will say.
If you didn't know, well, he's a science guy. He taught us everything we need to know about life. He told us science rules. He was right. Where's the lie? He's made up of cells, so are you and so am I. Every cell in the body getting busy.
I was right.
Now every cell in the body getting busy. Every cell in the body getting busy. Now every cell in the body getting busy.
Yeah, that would totally be what it would be like if millennials made TV shows. I totally agree with that. What's this?
Really gotta use the restroom. Wait, no toilet paper?
He doesn't know how to use the 3 shells. Oh, he doesn't know about the shells, yeah. What movie was that from? Was it Demolition Man? It was the one with Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone.
What are these shells for?
Yeah, It was Demolition Man. Okay, I was right. I swear most script kiddie like to over-exaggerate breach of a company. Probably. Alright, what's this? One of the craziest festival closing ceremonies. Okay. Pac-Man.
Game over.
Imagine the people at this concert that what they're feeling right now is they're tripping.
Insert coin. Insert coin. Insert coin.
No, it wasn't Judge Dredd, it was Demolition Man. Judge Dredd is totally different. Damn. Just going for all the hits, ain't ya? Apparently this is one of the craziest festival closing ceremonies. Your visual engineering guy is just doing too much. That's some weird cool concert. Yeah, tell me about it. That's a massive stadium. Look how many people are there.
Finish him.
Good God. That's like a long ending. Okay. Let me see. We got that. What's this?
People on TikTok are starting to realize that.
Oh, we already watched this one. I think you put it twice. Yeah, you did. Alright, so Hans shared a video as well for us to look at from Cleo Abram. Love her content, by the way. The new hunt for the colossal squid. So what's this?
Ready? Inside the stomach of a sperm whale, there's an alarming amount of colossal squid. And
Sperm, giggity.
look at this thing, it's huge. And scientists think something like 80% of a sperm whale's diet is this gigantic animal.
Some of my devs said it's impossible to get to 98% in 2 days, so I'm leading by example. You show them, Marco.
Which means there's
Marco gonna be like walking into work tomorrow like,
there's gotta be tons of them in the ocean, right? How hard could it be to find a live one in its natural habitat? Based on what we know about sperm whales, we figure these colossal squid primarily live here, deep in the ocean. So to get there, we'll need a special submersible.
and we've seen like tons of bodies of giant squid, so it's like we kind of know they exist, but there's still like this mystery. Hell, a lot of the ocean we still haven't explored. It's really interesting to know that. As much as we're trying to explore into space, we still know very little about our own planet in terms of the aquatic life that surrounds us.
Here, sunlight can't reach. But wait, all around us, there's snow? For kilometers in every direction, there's nothing else. We strain our
What
eyes.
is that?
We're searching and searching because the ocean is so much bigger than most people think. An adult colossal squid can be over 9 meters long. But down here in our sub, it's like looking for a housefly in an arena with the lights off, using only your phone.
That's one way to put it.
And the weather's bad. So yeah, it's not looking great for our expedition. Hello? Fortunately, in 2025, 100
Either algae or a whale stuff.
colossal squid existed.
It's sperm, whale sperm.
Lucky. Researchers caught this footage.
Most of what we know is from the surface dweller and whatever washes up. Yeah.
Unbelievable find entirely by accident. just like this footage of an oarfish, or this genuinely terrifying footage of a big fin squid filmed by oil rig operators. We have evidence that gigantic, monstrous, beautiful, bizarre animals thrive in the cold depths of our oceans. But up until now, most of our discoveries have just been right place, right time. But what if I told you there's another way to discover the giant animals in our deep sea? And
We drop dynamite and we blow them up. I'm kidding.
all we need is a drop of water.
Wait, what?
If you dive into the ocean searching for life, you want to be prepared with the right tools. And that depends entirely on how deep you plan to go. For the first 30 meters or so, you can use scuba gear to dive and look around. There's plenty of light here, and we've spent tons of time studying these places. But despite that easy access, we still keep finding new species all the time. Experienced divers can go way farther, all the way down to about here. But they can't stay there long, so sometimes they leave experiments like these artificial reefs to pick up later. These were recovered in
interesting.
2025 and unveiled around 20 entirely new species. But the farther down we go, the harder it gets to explore. By the time you get here, the pressure would make it feel like your entire body is being squeezed. So scientists use specialized underwater robots. Some work autonomously, and then they store data or video that's then retrieved after the dive.
Okay.
Others are tethered to a ship and send back data almost instantaneously. These can even have sampling arms, and they're equipped with all these cool different sensors. But when you turn on the lights down here, the first thing that you see is pieces
Nothing.
scales and poop and dust and dead animals that drift down from the surface. This is nicely called marine snow.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
really important food source for the animals down here. Because sunlight struggles to reach this layer, we're not seeing much at this point, but the animals that we do see are so cool. Lots of them are
And if I remember, like, they're so interesting as well that their bodies are really designed to be at these pressures, so they can't be at the surface level or they'll die or their bodies get messed up and stuff like that. It's really interesting.
transparent, or they glow in the dark. It's like a whole alien.
I want to give you cybersecurity cancer. Do you know a little TypeScript? I don't. Gits does. I don't do much TypeScript, but what gem did you find?
Carnival happening down there. But scientists discovered that there's something very weird happening in this part of the ocean. During World War II, sailors noticed this mysterious shadow on their sonar. It looked like the seafloor was only a couple hundred meters below them. But what was alarming was that it was moving. Every night, this giant shadow would rise several hundred meters, inching closer to the ships. But every day, it would drop away again. We later learned this wasn't the seafloor, and it wasn't some hidden fleet, and it wasn't some giant monster. It was the world's largest migration. Billions of tons of animals leaving this dark zone to feed in the upper layer at night.
Oh, really?
It's more biomass moving than like the Great Migration in Africa.
Which means
is it wax paper, cellophane?
all of this empty is actually one of the most crowded places on Earth.
That's insane to know that it's that crowded that our systems pick it up as a floor.
Today we know that this giant shift happens all over the world. It's so big, it actually churns the water, and it's
really
for the health of our planet. At the surface, phytoplankton pull carbon dioxide out of the air, and every night billions of animals come up from the deep to eat those phytoplankton, bringing all that carbon waste deep into the sea, which speeds up how quickly it's removed from our atmosphere. Today,
didn't know this part of it.
To study this zone. Different frequencies hint that there might be billions of tons of elusive animals down here. But sound alone can't tell us exactly what kinds of animals.
And there's lots of unknown questions about who's moving, are they moving every night? Is it different species? Some come up earlier, some come up later. Why do they do that?
I'm gonna move my camera because she's like at the bottom right in some of these videos.
And lots of them just avoid it entirely. So we try to see them, but the trouble is that lights and motors can scare away animals adapted for dark, silent isolation. We did find a giant monster down here, but it took so much work. In 2012, scientists used a red LED light, invisible to most animals down here, and removed any motors to reduce noise. And then they attached a special lure that flashed blue to mimic a certain jellyfish. They dropped it 700 meters deep, and then...
Damn! Oh, that's cool.
A giant squid appeared, filmed for the first time in its natural habitat. But that's not a colossal squid. Giant squid and colossal squid are different.
Wait, the giant squid is bigger or longer than the colossal squid, but the colossal squid is heavier.
And this took a lot of engineering, 20 years of data on the whales that eat these giant squids, over 100 dives, and hundreds of hours just waiting to get these few minutes of footage. That's a huge amount of time, money, and resources for just a few minutes. But we want to go deeper. It's dark here. I mean, pitch black. Any trace of light is quickly absorbed. We're in the largest single habitat on the planet, accounting for 70% of all seawater. And
Have we found a juggernaut squid? Apparently not.
Haunt this place.
Even with consumer fish finder systems, you can sometimes pick up thermal declines because the radar picks up the sudden density change. Huh. There's a see-through fish that pulls water in its mouth and out its back to swim, and people think they look like a fleshlight. I think I've seen that fish. I remember as a kid, there was a fish called the anglerfish, I think it was. Had a glowing thing in front of its face, and one of the ugliest mother-frickin' fishes, you know, with the jaws and everything. That thing, like, just was awe-inspiring as a kid to me.
Because we see the scars left behind on whales. But what else? A brand new, monstrous, beautiful species could be lurking right outside our field of view, and we would never know it. This is a major problem with deep-sea ocean exploration so far. You just gotta get so lucky. Most of what we see down here are scavengers, but we're still diving. Now, welcome to the abyss. It looks like a desolate desert here, with vast plains of mud and minerals, little metal spheres that have gained a lot of attention for deep-sea mining recently. But also, alarmingly gigantic animals, like this 40-centimeter-long isopod. That thing is 16 times bigger than its terrestrial relative. Or these 30-centimeter-long amphipods that are over 10 times larger than their shallow water counterparts.
Why are they so big down there? I'm curious how that happens, because, like, we know of, like, dinosaurs that existed in the past and how massive they were, and if I understand, there was, like, more oxygen in the atmosphere to support them. Like, I'm just curious how that phenomena happens.
Counterparts. We still don't fully understand.
Their size directly correlates to the water pressure.
Sizes down here. But our best guesses are that larger animals can go longer without eating and have slower metabolism.
I know why we can't see down there, because Atlantis is stopping us from seeing down there.
Which is great for a food-scarce environment. One of these giant isopods went 5 years without eating in captivity. Another is they evolved in isolation, which lets them grow to massive sizes without getting eaten. And the final one is about temperature, because it's freezing down here, 0 to 4 degrees Celsius. Colder water holds more oxygen, and freezing temperatures cause life to move in slow motion, letting cells grow to enormous sizes. You see this in the freezing waters around Antarctica, which results in something called polar gigantism. We think this is what led to the colossal squid. And these gigantic sea spiders. Oh my god, the ocean is terrifying. Wait, look, the Dumbo octopus. He's so cute. He comes down here sometimes.
The Dumbo octopus? Wait, there's even further?
Trenches here are deeper than Mount Everest is tall, and the pressure feels like 100 elephants standing on your head. And yet, we're still uncovering tons of life. We've gotten really good at improving our tools for exploring the ocean at all levels. But the big point here is, it's often expensive and time-consuming and even dangerous, which is why so much of what's down here is still invisible to us. We needed a new tool. Ideally, a cheaper one that can give us a really broad view of our oceans and all of the life here, and help us find that fly in the arena. And now, we have one. So I'm using this special water sampling kit, but to buy this and all of...
We should send some billionaires down there. Well, we already tried that once, and, a knockoff Xbox controller seemed to do pretty well at taking them out. So, Chief, what are you going to play, Subnautica? I think I have that in my library, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't played it.
As to the software that we're going to use to edit this video, I used this. This is my real Mercury card. Mercury is the tool that I've used since Huge started to manage our finances. I can prove it too. This is the email that I got activating my account right after I published our launch video. January 31st, 2022. So if you love our show, Mercury has genuinely been behind all of our productions. And the reason for that is that it's all just incredibly easy. Opening an account, sending a wire, none of it requires phone calls or paperwork or in-person visits. You don't have to do any mental gymnastics to figure out what you need to do, from the dumb stuff, I mean, on my end, like that time that I lost my card and then froze my account and then found my card and unfroze my account, to the smart stuff, like figuring out how to plan our finances and how we're gonna make this show. It's a financial technology company, not a bank. If you wanna learn more about what they do, you can check the link in the description.
Well, it might be interesting to look at for my stuff, but yeah.
This little syringe.
It wasn't a knockoff Xbox controller, it was a Logitech computer controller with cone mods.
Hudson River, so really who knows what's in here. But this is the same thing that scientists are doing in the deep
If they use a knockoff PlayStation controller, they will be okay. Trust me, I'm an engineer.
ocean. All the way down through our oceans, life takes many different forms, but they all have something in common. They shed. That's snow. The feces and mucus and random scales and tissue particles.
So they essentially leave behind like little signals of who they are.
Sometimes I just get told I just study poop all day, but there's all kinds of junk that's left behind. And we get all the way from bacteria to fish, all the way up to whales and sharks.
So if we dip into that water, pull it up and filter it, we can use those little pieces to extract DNA, environmental DNA, eDNA. So what can you do with just a little bit of water? You can do two things. The first is you can chase a specific animal that you already know exists. Go find your fly in the arena. Imagine the ocean is a giant bowl of alphabet soup, and you put your spoon in there and you sample it, but you're only looking for the letter A. Researchers will use short, single-stranded DNA sequences as a sort of magnet. These will ignore all of the other letters in your soup and latch on to the one that you want.
We can say, well, they were here. We know they were here.
And we've done this. This is an angel shark. It's critically endangered. And it's also an ambush predator that's really good at hiding.
Oh, that's the shark that hides in the sand. Okay.
Was when they were accidentally scooped up by fishermen, or just luckily spotted by divers. And so for a while we thought they were extinct in this one particular area. But then researchers sampled the water and they found spikes in angel shark DNA. So they sent the divers directly there, and sure enough, they found them. That sort of thing could help us really quickly find and protect and learn more about all kinds of species. It's being used right now to protect this guy and many others. This method can be faster than traditional methods and way less invasive. And speaking of invasive, we can also use it to identify where invasive species are. If one shows up in a port or in an area where it's not supposed to be, a dive team can really quickly go in and remove them. Searching the deep ocean for animals that we know.
That would actually be really good for invasive species breakouts before they become a real big problem.
Are there, like the colossal squid.
We are actually doing that right now in Antarctica. There's a group from New Zealand trying to take samples, and that's our goal, is to try and identify all of the cephalopods in the samples and trying to actually see the colossal squid.
This could be so helpful compared to the luck that we need now.
If you're sending a person out to look, they have to be there right at the right time. And so this is another way for us to sort of look backwards in time and say, well, was it here a day ago or 2 days ago?
With enough sampling, there's a future where eDNA could tell us, hey, there's a lot of colossal squid DNA right here all the time, which could let us create heat maps of the animal's range. And it's possible to imagine a future where it doesn't take 20 years of whale studies to find a giant squid, or 100 years of just waiting for a lucky break. That is, by itself, incredible. But here's what I find most huge if true. What if we don't need to know who we're looking for? This is the second thing that you can do. You can hunt for the unknown. You remember this migration? Well, if we know that something is there, there's a good chance that eDNA can tell us who it is and at what times. So during the day, researchers go out and they collect liters of water from the surface.
And I guess you could find DNA for things that you have no matches to know there's something new.
And instead of searching for one specific letter,
And there we go again with
they use something more universal, like find me all the vowels. And this will flag a bunch of species and then sort them based on the differences in their genes. And later, scientists can go back out and repeat the same process at those locations. So then, if you look at the changes in the DNA samples during the day versus the night, suddenly we have a much clearer picture of who is migrating at what times. And we're doing this hunt for the unknown in the deep sea as well.
For us biodiversity scientists, it's the last frontier of exploration.
What she found with just water was incredible. A world that we'd never seen with our eyes.
We're seeing that there is hotspots of biodiversity and we're detecting these amazing creatures that no one's really seen before.
Do they have to go down to the abyss and collect the water down there, from what I'm gathering, and then bring that back up? I guess that's what you would have to do to collect those samples.
Seen a handful of times. Giant squid, even one animal that we so rarely see we once thought it was entirely extinct, all detected with just water.
It's a really proof of concept that we can detect really small things in these huge kilometer scales of water.
But most exciting to me is when researchers first sampled this area of the abyssal plain.
Okay.
Was shocking. You are never going to see the ocean the same way because of the DNA that came back. 90% of it was unknown. 90%.
Damn!
Call it dark taxa. We think there are over 2 million different marine species in our oceans, and estimates say that we have documented less than 10%. When we sample water and sequence DNA, we still have to compare that to the databases to find out what it is. But since we don't have the genome for nearly 90% of life in our oceans, a lot of it comes back unknown, especially in the deep. These might be species that we know about but never genomed, or it could be something entirely new. Researchers are starting to use machine learning and AI to help fill in those gaps. And the hope is that this could take dark taxa and group it into similar groups. So you could start to say, this unknown animal kind of looks like this one that we do know.
We're trying to see what is like the other. This looks like squid. Is it squid?
But to do that, we need data. So that's the true new frontier of ocean discovery. Right now, we're in a big race to sequence our oceans. And the cool thing is we can preserve these eDNA samples and run them again years later with new information. For now, it's a bit of a black box. And that's okay. Because unlike our ROVs, where we can only guess that something is lurking behind us, eDNA is telling us, hey, something is here. We just might not know what yet. That's not to say that this is easy. No, this is hard. For one thing, some animals shed more than others. DNA degrades really quickly in shallow waters. In the deep, it stays longer, but it's harder to collect. It's complicated. But the need to go deeper, to learn more, is more urgent than ever. Our planet's biggest ecosystem is changing faster than we can understand it. But fortunately, so is our technology to learn more. Because eDNA doesn't just give us a glimpse at what might be hiding, it also gives us a baseline for the health of our oceans.
It's sort of like a totally different type of medical test for the environment that we can start to look at.
And we can show it to the world and show them that these are really exciting habitats that are worth us caring about.
And what's really cool is that anybody can be involved. They ask for samples from all over the world. I'm going to send off my sample and see what we find.
As it gets better and as we put more effort and time into this, it's just going to explode. And our applications in the deep sea we haven't even scratched the surface of what we can do yet.
But as we continue to learn more, we'll find new tech and new life and new ghosts in the deep, calling for us to go find them.
That's really interesting. Alright, let's see. What's the next video here? Why we don't recycle nuclear waste. Alright, we're gonna watch that video next, but first, I need to take a bio break because I am a human. Contrary to the views of some people, and I have to go to the bathroom as the result of being a human. So we're going to take a quick 1.5-minute break, and then I will be right back, and then we'll get into this video from Kyle Hill why we don't recycle nuclear waste. Alright, so give me a minute and a half, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Alright. We are back. Alright, so the next video we have, why we don't recycle nuclear waste. And the interesting thing is, as I recall, France actually recycles like 90-95% of all their nuclear fuel, but the USA doesn't. So, let's get into that.
I want green energy technologies to succeed as much as anyone. I want solar to power our homes. I want nuclear isotopes to treat our ailments. I want reactors on the moon to power my lunar hot tub business. But for any of these technologies to reach their full potential, I think that we have to be both practical and realistic about their implementation and what directions we are taking them. Unfortunately, the new buzzword nuclear recycling is something that I think is neither.
Well, your hair isn't very realistic either.
Well, it's more realistic than clean coal.
When did Jason Momoa become a YouTuber? He's got Jason's hair, but not his complexion or his muscles.
And it only emits half the carbon.
He's giving me gay Viking vibes.
Now
I'm just saying.
The facility.
You would think the military would love nuclear fuel for depleted uranium rounds. Yeah?
And so you've also likely seen nuclear recycling pop up more and more in media, framed like, hey, there's all this nuclear waste lying around, why aren't we using it? This is a no-brainer. I've heard so much hype about this that I decided to ask a colleague of mine while we were 50 feet underground in a nuclear missile silo last year, and she said, and I quote,
Classic.
What I learned is that nuclear recycling is really attractive in theory, but really problematic in practice. Like Jared Leto. First of all, if recycling nuclear waste is a thing...
That is an interesting thing.
Here is a chart of what goes into a typical nuclear reactor. It's natural uranium, enriched so that the fissionable isotope, uranium-235, makes up 3 to 5%. After fissioning as much of the U-235 as possible in a normal fuel cycle, this is a chart of what's left. 95% non-fissile uranium-238, 1% plutonium, created by the transmutation of uranium, and 4% fission products, the atoms left over after uranium and plutonium split.
Okay.
This is where that 96% recyclable figure you may have seen comes from. Okay, but if the primary fissile isotope is gone after a fuel cycle, what is there to recycle? This is where things get more complicated. You see media like this, and it implies that the 95 or 96% nuclear waste can simply be transformed for further use, like an aluminum can or a plastic bottle, but that's not the case. The stuff making the majority of the heat, the U-235, is gone, and so the first big problem with nuclear recycling is that it's not recycling. It's nuclear reprocessing. Even Wikipedia will redirect you from one to the other, and the difference is important. The branding here is recycling instead of reprocessing because in reality, reprocessing is harder, dirtier, more difficult to secure, and only proven out in a few specific places. I worry that the difference in language here is going to cause confusion and be a distraction from other.
You'd like to see more uranium butt plugs? The spray drum. This is another flavor.
Other things that we could be doing. And you know me, never distracted.
Are these your magic cards?
Oh, Aria, don't touch those. They're not double-sleeved yet. And one's a Gaia's cradle. Oh, no! Speaking of nuclear and differences in language, Aria, you know, right now, as the audience is watching this, I'm probably in that location where it's hard to access internet from because of geopolitical reasons. So when I need to bring you inside some of the most radiologically interesting places in the world, I rely on the sponsor of today's video.
Oh god, a VPN. Skip. Next.
This is a 1/15th scale model of a dry cask storage device. Currently, about 1/3 of the high-level nuclear waste, used fuel in the United States, is stored in one of these, awaiting final disposal. I wanted to go through what one of these actually looks like to inform you just where nuclear waste is and how safe it is right now. So, if you take out the outside of a dry cask, it looks like this. Reinforced steel and concrete with a lot of high surface area ribbing that helps the radioactive decay cool down over time. If we take off that, we have another reinforced concrete and steel monolith. And if I take off the first storage cap, I then can remove that to reveal yet another storage cap and container that is reinforced steel, concrete, other neutron absorbers.
I mean, it makes sense.
I remove that carefully, and inside of this we get to the business, which it's very secure.
This is what happens when you, you know, are too tight on your tolerances with your 3D printing models.
If we take that off, we get this, the nuclear waste basket. Now, this basket is engineered like the outside to have a high amount of surface area to better dissipate heat, and it is engineered, let me remove the base here, so that all of this is separated and immobile. It's not going anywhere. When I say this, what do I mean? Well, this is what nuclear waste in most high-level forms looks like. One of these. This is a fuel assembly like you'd find in dry cask storage. Inside of this tube are many, many more tubes. And inside of those tubes are uranium fuel pellets that have gone through one fuel cycle in a nuclear reactor. Now, look at all of this stuff. You have tubes and tubes on tubes inside of the basket. That basket goes inside the first reinforcements.
Right.
It's so reinforced. Wait. Seal it.
Should have gave yourself a couple millimeters of clearance there, bud.
And steel and concrete. Then we seal that in another ensealment.
The uranium looks tasty. I bet you're the type that also likes yellow snow because it tastes like lemon.
And then all of that goes in the last part of the cask. All of this can weigh up to 100 tons. That's as much as a blue whale for a single storage cask. And here's a nice cutaway here. Even Superman would have a hard time getting through one of these. In fact, there has not been a leak of above-ground dry cask storage in the United States ever. And that makes sense because there's nothing to leak. It's just tubes on tubes on tubes, and then some little pellets. We went through this simple model to prove a simple point. Most high-level nuclear waste that people are actually worried about coming out of nuclear reactors after use looks like this. No green, no glow, no liquid to leak. It is just this in nigh impervious airplane and missile-resistant dry cask storage at independent spent fuel storage installations and on-site at reactors.
You have uranium glass tea set.
Details of nuclear waste reprocessing, because if
I mean, there's a whole there's a whole amount of people that collect a bunch of stuff like that. There's like a whole like idea of like radiating your water for health reasons back in the early 1900s.
these are
I do make yellow snow cones with that sour powder. It's lemon juice.
using them, and there is enough uranium in the ground to power everything that we want to power for the foreseeable future, is separating thousands of these casks back down to their fuel rods really the most practical thing we could be doing in this space? If nuclear waste reprocessing isn't like recycling bottles and cans and glass, what is it like? Well, I should say that nuclear reprocessing can be done and is being done today, but it brings with it an entire security and economic apparatus that is a lot harder to implement than, say, one of these cooling towers. I mean, just look at her. So tall and curvy and hard and... What were we talking about?
He was talking about...
Oh yeah. Nuclear reprocessing is any chemical process that takes spent nuclear fuel and separates it into its constituents: uranium, plutonium, transmuted elements, and fission products. Once separated, these can be reprocessed for other purposes.
How about the land of black gold would probably benefit from nuclear?
U-235 to make new fuel.
How so?
Plutonium can be combined with depleted uranium for so-called MOX, or mixed oxide reactor fuel, and fission products can be better concentrated and stored away, minimizing waste. Reprocessing is as old as nuclear technology itself. In fact, the first reactors were run with the explicit purpose of taking that 1% of plutonium that is produced as a byproduct, separating it out, and using that to make nuclear weapons. In any case, nuclear waste reprocessing uses a number of complex chemical processes that need dedicated infrastructure, security, supply chains, and facilities, in addition to all of the nuclear reactor buildings and stuff that we already have.
But electricity is mainly coal, which leaves huge amount of selenium in the town drinking reserves. Ooh, that's not good.
However, reprocessing is actually one of the more controversial ideas in the nuclear industry, because many experts believe that the proliferation of this technology would allow for much more of just that: proliferation. The process you use to get the transmuted plutonium out of spent fuel is the exact same process you use to get the material for a nuclear bomb. Building one. So worldwide nuclear waste recycling also necessitates a worldwide security and surveillance apparatus to monitor and control produced plutonium. This isn't a theoretical risk.
I wonder if this is the same amount of risk you have. Let's say, like, we've talked about thorium nuclear reactors and stuff like that, and how it can kick off the reaction using nuclear waste. Would it be an issue, spitballing here, because I know Iran's on this kick that they have a right to enrich uranium, and they've allegedly been enriching it to far beyond what you need for civilian reasons for energy production, but into weapons. If we were to say, hey, have a thorium reactor, would they be able to weaponize some of that? I don't think so, based on the very, surface level research I've done so far, which is why I keep leaning more towards thorium being a solution until we hit cold fusion. Thorium doesn't have the same risks as pure uranium. Well, yeah. I think, what was it? Like, you can actually be around thorium in comparison to uranium, if I'm not mistaken, and thorium is a lot more abundant.
The international community was shocked when India used the plutonium from its reprocessing program to suddenly make and detonate a nuclear weapon of its own. The same conference colleague who put me onto this problem also pointed out, off the record, that the only countries who are reprocessing waste right now are the ones who either want or already have nuclear weapons, and that they could care less about reusing waste for electricity. Indeed. But even if the nuclear proliferation concerns were addressed, which they very much are not, there are still more practical problems with reprocessing that I don't think the public knows about. To me, it looks like most of the public support for reprocessing is predicated on the perceived risk of nuclear waste itself, and that reprocessing will somehow get rid of it all. To be clear, reprocessing does not get rid of nuclear waste. It just uses it for something else. In fact, reprocessing does not eliminate any of the radioactive material.
Makes sense.
There will always be leftover fission products and high-level nuclear waste that will have...
Canada currently uses deuterium to power 50% of Canada's population.
And if you don't like nuclear waste as it is right now, sitting on concrete pads and impenetrable concrete cylinders in the middle of nowhere, then you're really not going to like the painstaking, multi-decade process of removing it from those casks and shipping it around your country for reprocessing and then back to reactors on your roads and railways. Do I think that nuclear waste handled and transported in this way would be a new radiological threat? No. Millions of shipments of much hotter stuff happen every year. What I do worry about is that the support for reprocessing is misunderstanding what it actually is and not considering its implementation, which the public deserves a say in. As Ross Matsken-Bridger, Senior Director of Nuclear Material Security at the Nuclear Threat Initiative, says, quote, "Yes, you could go through a very expensive, messy, and unsecure process to extract and reuse this material, but why would you do that if it's messy and dangerous and you could accomplish the same goals that you're after just by using more uranium? Why would you do that has not been definitively answered like it has been for other nuclear technologies."
Well, we still have enough uranium fuel for like 100 or 200 years.
On the economics of reprocessing, quote, "Given the costs outlined, the significant proliferation concerns, and the availability of safe, proven, low-cost dry cask storage technology, the burden of proof clearly rests on those in favor of reprocessing in the near term." Now, I know what some of you fellow nukies might be thinking at this point.
What about countries like France that have been successfully reprocessing fuel for decades?
Well, if you look into it, Arya, a lot of those countries have not been very economically successful with reprocessing. Look, nuclear waste reprocessing is not a bad idea. It's not. It's a very good idea. It just requires a lot of advanced reactor technology and infrastructure that most countries do not have and have never built. We're just not at the point where we can utilize every single atom in a fuel assembly. And again, I think that most of the gung-ho support behind this idea is based on the idea that nuclear waste is a huge problem. It's not. We need nuclear, but we need to do it sensibly and practically, not just fling buzzwords around like high-energy neutrons, okay? So, nuclear recycling is actually nuclear reprocessing, and that's a lot harder.
Too much science is making me sleepy.
Have a technically accurate conversation.
This is a channel. We like STEM around here.
Conversation. Until next time.
Administrator, Big Nuclear is on the phone saying something about your Chernobyl blue Lamborghini.
That's a weird way of saying charity work. What? I would. It's not like. What? Where? Where is it? Where? What is what you're? Where is that?
Okay.
Now exiting the facility.
Okay. I mean, that was a pretty good video. Moving on, Kara sent an article in. New Vizio TVs will require Walmart accounts? Why the fuck would I want to make a Walmart account to watch TV? Did Walmart acquire Vizio? Why do they need Walmart accounts? Vizio is bought by Walmart. Oh, that explains why I don't see them anymore. I'm not making a fucking Walmart account. Fuck that. You thought, I thought ONN was Walmart. Do they maybe own both of them? Walmart doesn't even allow Apple Pay. I've known about that, and it's really stupid. They're like trying to get people to use the Walmart app for digital payments, and it's like, buddy, just suck it up. Nobody wants to use your fucking stupid Walmart Pay. Get with the program. Everyone else is on Apple Pay and Google Pay. They just want your data. That's basically what it is. F this. F Walmart. I haven't shopped at Walmart in years. Don't plan on it. I understand that there's some areas that's the only choice, but Walmart can basically just go to hell. Alright. Vampire shared. What on earth is happening to VR? VR had a really tough week. Okay, so what's going on here?
Hey guys, witam was wszystkich serdecznie. I hope you're all doing amazing today. I'm Mystical, and I'll be bringing you the latest in AR and VR news. Trust me, this week has been a little bit crazy. A lot of good, but also a lot of bad. So, as usual, you have chapters down below to skip to any specific part that you are most interested in, and let's get right into it. So, we're gonna begin with a pretty big one, but also a sad one. Rec Room. Yes, that Rec Room is...
Okay, I have no idea about the VR scene, so chat, I'm gonna need your input on whatever some of this shit is. Just giving you a heads up.
Shutting its doors June 1st, 2026. And this is really, really sad. Rec Room is one of the original virtual reality social apps, and this info comes straight from the company's own blog post. Title...
No, ONN is a, device provider as well. No, OAN, One America News, and ONN, two different things. Rec Room is less horny VR chat. Okay, how bad is VR chat? Like, chat, I have no idea about this VR stuff. It's not my cup of tea. I don't have much of a frame of reference. Are y'all just like hoes up in there going? VR chat can get furry freaky. Okay, say less. Say less.
Emotional, damn it!
I hit 2 buttons, but you know what? It worked out well.
Decade of existence, Rec Room grew to 100
VR chat, you can do the deed.
registered players. People made over 500 million friends on the platform. The top UGC rooms saw over 500 years of playtime each. Though
what?
Some genuinely insane numbers. And yet,
so
they somehow never cracked sustained profitability.
Okay. That was my question, so what's the failure?
Way to make the numbers work. But with the recent shift in the VR market, along with broader headwinds in gaming, the path to profitability has gotten tough enough that we've made the difficult decision to shut things down. For those that don't remember, Rec Room launched in 2016, and by 2018 it had already shifted focus to flat screen, PC, PlayStation, iOS, Xbox, Android, and the Nintendo Switch. By 2026, the vast
it's been out for 10 years.
Base was non-VR. That pivot to mobile and console is exactly what they needed to survive. But it still wasn't enough. The warning signs
is that they're proprietary instead of self-hosted. What do you mean by that?
After a failed expansion of UGC tools.
I mean, I know what you mean. It's technological, but I'm not familiar with this technology.
2025. There was a 16% cut earlier that year. They admitted at the time that the bulk of their most important content comes entirely from PC and VR creators. So they gutted the people that were building the platform. Couldn't replace them with growth, and here we are. So here's what happens now. New account creation is already disabled. You can no longer add friends, and Rec Room Plus subscriptions have been extended to June 1st at no extra charge. Monetized UGC creation is ending.
Okay.
June 1st
They had every device before VR chat. Okay.
Even if you've never played it, Rec Room was proof that VR social spaces could work at scale. It got people into headsets for the first time. It had creators building incredible things.
Like regular games, they spend a ridiculous amount of money on servers and they don't allow you to self-host servers. Oh, that's dumb. Yeah, they should allow you to do some things like that. Like, look, if we can run our own Minecraft and Hytale and other servers, you should be able to do the same thing in a VR chat. Or however this is.
Real about where the VR social platform business model is right now. Rest in peace, Rec Room 2016 to 2026. I played Rec Room a little bit. Not too much, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but I do know people who played Rec Room quite a lot. And even if I didn't know people that did, the amount of people that played it is enough to show you that people cared. And there's just something really, really sad about losing a virtual reality social platform that was there with us from the very beginning, and I wish all the people affected the best of luck in their future endeavors. Let's continue the bad news, with Polyarc Games this time, the Seattle studio behind Moss and Moss Book 2, and most recently, Glassbreakers, champions of Moss, as they have also announced—
I have no idea what these are.
In a statement on LinkedIn, they said after an unsuccessful effort to secure funding following the
Rec Rooms is basically VR Mies from the Wii system. A truly party-based interactive game. Okay.
But significantly
and Rec Room had mini games before VR Chat did. Huh.
They couldn't find replacement funding, and now the team takes a hit. Polyarc is one of those studios that genuinely cared about VR. Moss was a beautiful, critically acclaimed VR exclusive. If you haven't played it, it's still one of the best first-party virtual reality experiences out there, especially if you're into platformers. And as I said before, the art style here is absolutely stunning. The fact that they are struggling to secure new funding for project is a concerning sign for the mid-tier VR development space. They did say they're still operational, and they're making introductions for impacted staff. Our thoughts go out to everyone affected. Again, really sad story here, but I am starting to see a very unfortunate trend. And here, it's not even like Polyarc is trying to replace most of the staff with AI, as a lot of people seem to think quite a few of these companies are doing. This is just another really sad story about a company trying to secure funding for—
To that point, like, it's another point that AI can't do everything that people think it can do. If, you know, you have developers that are literally like, we can't afford these people, we're not moving to AI, we're just probably closing doors and stuff. But yeah, VR is very expensive to get into. It's not just a headset, it's also money for base stations and limb trackers. Oh yeah, I saw the expense there, and I just physically don't even have the space to entertain the idea of VR. Maybe when I get a new house in a couple of years, I might be able to get a bigger workstation and everything. Actually, Yitz and I have been talking about a bigger place to supplement this place, but that'll be a discussion for later because he needs to go buy his first property. Our argument is basically he wants to like go to the places that are like too far away from where I currently work, and I'm like, Bish, I gotta work. I don't want to be more than 45 minutes away if I can avoid it.
Project.
Oh, you still want a Steam frame? I do too. I think that'd be interesting to be able to sit there and at least use a personal computer with a screen only I can see. That, I think, would be really cool.
Their next big game and being unable to. This is something we see way too much of in virtual reality. And then people start asking themselves the question, why? People love complaining about there being a lack of titles for virtual reality, a lack of content. And while that is true, this hopefully shows you a little glimmer of why a lot of people just don't try. So now let's move on to something a little bit more positive, and very much in Meta's wheelhouse right now. 2 new Ray-Ban smart glasses have shown up in FCC filings, codenamed Scriber and Blazer. Model number—
I hate those shits. We're actually talking about at work, there's been some scuttlebutt from the legal department that they are looking at banning those. And I have a feeling more companies are going to ban them. Because whether you like it or not, you have a recording device that is recording information that when you look at your employment agreement, you've agreed to not send customer information and stuff to third parties, but by virtue of you watching stuff with your glasses, you are doing just that. There is an app now on Android you can use to potentially detect smart glasses around you, but it also, you know, could potentially grab VR glasses and stuff like that. I have a feeling more people are going to be banning the Meta Ray-Bans in companies, and it's going to be interesting because the catch-22 is, yes, you technically can use your HSA and stuff because they can get prescription glasses, but it's a recording device. It's not easy to hide camera glasses either. The only time it's helpful is data centers for AR labeling purposes. Well, yeah, but AR glasses are a totally different thing than these Meta glasses. I like the AR features, for example, in the Unify equipment. I'll eventually be getting some of those switches, and it'll be cool to look at it with my phone to know what port does what.
Numbers RW7001 and RW7002. This was first spotted by journalist Ranko Rotgers. And then Bloomberg's Mark Gurman followed up with reported details. According to Gurman, both models will be prescription-focused, intended specifically for prescription wearers, coming in rectangular and rounded styles, and sold primarily through traditional prescription eyewear channels, rather than the usual Ray-Ban stores. That's a meaningful shift. Meta's existing smart glasses do support prescription lenses, but they're designed and marketed as sunglasses first, significantly heavier than regular glasses. These new models sound like they're genuinely trying to
play a lot of puzzle games in VR.
There's no display.
Let us know how that goes.
Like all Meta smart glasses except the Ray-Ban display. The FCC filing timing matters here too. Historically, the 3 hardware generations of Ray-Ban Meta glasses all launched within a month of their FCC filings, so these could be imminent. Gurman is reporting this could potentially happen this week. The model numbers are also new hardware generation numbers, which suggests that we could be looking at a new chip inside.
When the Steam frame comes out. At this rate, it won't be till the end of the year, maybe next year.
These devices were tested on Wi-Fi 6, while the current glasses use Wi-Fi 6E at 6 GHz. So there's a slight difference there that is worth noting too. And for some context, EssilorLuxottica revealed earlier this year that they sold over 7 million smart glasses in 2025 alone, effectively tripling all prior years combined. Meta is absolutely doubling down on their smart eyewear. They are clearly a hit, and it makes absolute reason for them to do so. And apparently, prescription wearers, like myself, is the next market they're going after. I'll be very interested to see what they come up with here, and how they make these glasses even slimmer and make them ready for everyday use. After all, everyday use and prescription means all-day use. How on earth will they make the battery last that? Now, onto some X news, as Luna has once again been quite busy this week. 3 things worth flagging from her recent posts. First, Project Phoenix input options have been leaked. Luna found strings in Meta's updated human interface design guidelines, confirming that Phoenix, Meta's upcoming high-end headset, will have the option to disable eye gaze pinch input for those who prefer traditional hand targeting or need it for comfort or accessibility reasons.
Okay.
The option is called hands target only. This is a smart accessibility move and confirms Meta is taking seriously the fact that not everyone will want to use gaze and pinch as their primary interaction model. Very cool, love to see it.
Okay.
Second, the window manager. In Horizon OS 2.3...
How do I keep not getting notified I have Twitch installed?
A feature called the window manager.
Well, Kara, you can always subscribe to the Discord or Matrix notifications. Yeah. The Discord will ping you when I'm live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. I haven't quite figured out the TikTok side of things because their API is like really, really janky, but yeah, I have my bot on my Docker go check when I'm live, and when live runs the title through AI, then posts to Discord and Matrix and Blue Sky and Mastodon.
Which is an Android XR style window cleanup system.
You have Discord notifications off. So many pings. Is there a way to only turn on bot for Twitch Live? I'll have to play with the notifications. I think there's a way to at least whitelist the server. But I only have it. Let me check something. I only have it going off for. Yeah, so these posts all have roles tied to them. So, like, if you notice, CG3D YouTube notification, CG3D TikTok notification. So, like, if you look at these right now for the notifications, you'll see CG3D Twitch notification, YouTube notification. So I did split these out just to only alert the people that have subscribed to the alerts which should be under the roles over here, and you can click the appropriate thing to be alerted. I'm still working on a Blue Sky and a Mastodon integration to put my posts from there to here, and I'll probably have an Instagram one as well in the near future. You have Chief Server muted, accept notifications in the room. Okay, so you may just have to share that info with Kara. And if you wouldn't mind, Vampire, could you write up an like a how-to that I can maybe, you know, put somewhere in the server so that people, when they come in, they can actually be referred to it to know how to do just that and only allow people to get certain alerts? Because my server, obviously, I have a lot more alerts for things that you don't even have access to, like my home lab alert testing and other things like that.
When you open up a couple of apps, Window Manager will help you arrange those windows into an organized layout. This was first spotted in 2.1 PTC as arrange windows. The fact that it's still being iterated in 2.3 suggests it's getting closer to a proper rollout. Or at least we hope so. And finally, third, codec avatars, something I've been waiting for so long. And
They said it's blurry. This is how it shows up for you? That must be something with how your TV does it, because, I mean, if I pull up my Discord, where was it? Yeah, because if I pull this up over here, I can pretty much read it on screen over there. Okay, cool. Thank you, Vampire.
Is continuing to iterate. Meta appears to be working on bringing code.
Oh, Abby wasn't kidding. She has uranium glassware. Huh. Hold on. I think... Didn't Marco say that they, were gonna put something in here? Or they may not have yet. Okay. I was just curious.
Avatar support to the Horizon mobile app. New strings present users with a choice between codec or stylized avatar when creating a profile. Codec avatars are Meta's photorealistic avatar system, not even available on their highest-end hardware yet. Bringing that choice to the mobile Horizon app would be a significant step towards making their platform feel more premium and cohesive across devices. And they're kind of behind on this one, so I do wonder...
On stream is blurry AF? Really? Really? Let me see something. Hold up. Hold up. I'm just curious. Alright, hold up. Alright, hold up. I want to see what it looks like on my 1440p monitor when I put YouTube at max. Oh, damn. It actually does become blurry. Huh. Is that just a Discord thing? Because I'm streaming? Huh. The more you learn, the more you know. I wonder if it's because... Alright, so I did make some changes to the stream. So I'm outputting at 1440p to the stream PC now, but I then shrink it to a 1080p screen to be streamed out, because the background is 1080p. So I'm wondering... Do I need to scale something? But then again, here, let me check this out, alright? I'm just curious. So it is kind of blurry. Okay, so it is something with the stream. I'll have to play with that. Okay. That's a good thing for me to know.
When they're going to make it happen, especially now that Android XR has their own photorealistic avatars, and then of course the Vision Pro, which is industry leading in this space. And talking about the Vision Pro, Vision OS 26.4 is out now, and it brings 2 meaningful updates. The headliner is foveated streaming, and it's important to understand what this actually means, because foveated streaming is different.
I can't recall if it's Discord fighting with resources on OBS, but I've had this before. It's not Discord fighting with it, because that's a whole other computer. So the video is being sent over HDMI from this machine here over to that computer over there. Now the interesting thing is... One second. Let me see... just out of curiosity. If I put that there, and then I put this over here, I'm trying to see. Okay, so there is definitely some kind of visual quality loss that I'm noticing over here. Let's see, if I view... If I do... Yeah, so it's something with the stream quality, because when I zoom in over here, I can read it. So I'm going to have to do some troubleshooting to see if I can improve that quality. Okay, that's a good thing for me to know for later. I'm not going to work on it this stream, but... I'm definitely going to have to tinker.
Is the GPU rendering the center of your view at higher quality. Foveated streaming is the wireless signal prioritizing bandwidth for the area of the frame that you're currently looking at. 2 very different things, both useful, and now the Vision Pro supports the streaming version via a new low-level API. This matters because wireless PCVR streaming quality is fundamentally limited by how much data you can push over Wi-Fi.
It's on the disconnect between execs and AI, Brock. Appreciate you.
Dramatically cleaner image without needing more bandwidth overall. Apple worked closely with Nvidia on this, and it's being implemented in Nvidia's Cloud XR SDK, which means X-Plane 12 and iRacing are getting official dedicated Vision OS clients that use it. Autodesk VR Ed is already adding an immersive mode using pixel streaming, and a lone developer released an app called ClearXR on test flight that lets you stream any OpenXR VR game from your PC with foveated streaming. And I bet the other more popular apps like ALVR are working on implementing this.
You know what's interesting? I was looking at the stream with the text that was up there. That came out fine. This did not. So there's something with the processing inside of OBS. Okay, so I'll have to deal with that.
Too, if they don't already have it. Here is one caveat though. Nvidia's Cloud XR implementation only currently supports ADA and Blackwell GPU architectures, RTX 40 series and 50 series. If you have an older GPU, you won't benefit yet. The second update in 26.4 is improved spatial audio in mixed reality. The Vision Pro already had audio ray tracing. Seriously? That's what they called it? Insane.
Audio ray tracing? Really?
To match audio to your environment. With 26.4, the headset now stores and remembers the acoustics properties of rooms that you've used it in, meaning audio ray tracing initializes faster and has a more complete model of your space without you needing to walk around first. That's pretty cool. Making setup faster is something Meta has been doing for years now, and we always love it. So nice to see. And finally, to end this one off, a PSVR sale for those of you that are interested. The PlayStation Spring Sale is now live and runs until April 22nd. Over 70 PSVR 2 games are discounted in this one.
Okay, so PlayStation's got some sales. Alright, I mean, I'm not too much into the VR world, but y'all wanted to share that with me, so interesting. Alright, now Vampire has some other shorts.
By cats. Kitty has a
Encryption explained by cats. I'm not a cat person, but okay.
very important tuna plans. She wants to send the message to another cat, but the internet is full of snooping cats. Anyone could read it. So Kitty encryption.
God damn.
Takes her message and locks it in a box. Only the right key can open it. Now, if a sneaky cat intercepts the message, they see gibberish. No tuna, no clues. The cat on the other side has the key. They unlock the box. Message revealed. That's encryption. Sometimes both cats have the same key. That's symmetric encryption. Fast, simple. Sometimes they use two keys. One to lock, one to unlock. That's asymmetric encryption. Websites use encryption every day. Passwords, messages, payments. Encryption keeps secrets a secret, keeps data safe, and keeps snooping cats out of your tuna.
Okay.
APIs explained by cats.
Really?
Needs to talk. They send messages. They ask for data. That's done through.
How many kitty explainer videos did you find?
Same way. First, REST. REST is polite and simple. Kitty sends a request, gets a response, uses URLs and HTTP. Easy to read, easy to debug, perfect for most web apps. Next, SOAP. SOAP is very formal. Everything is wrapped in XML. Strict rules, lots of ceremony, heavy, but very secure. Still used by kitty banks and tuna enterprises. Then there's gRPC. gRPC is fast and efficient. Binary messages, strong types, auto-generated code, great for microservices, not kitty readable, but very fast. Finally, WebSockets.
But kitties can't read.
Connection open. No asking again and again. Real-time updates, chats, games, live dashboards, everything that Kitty needs in real time. Kitty can use many type of APIs. Same goal, different styles. APIs are how apps...
So far, Kitty can only use an API when they walk across the keyboard.
The conversation needs to be.
How many of these videos did you find? Jeez.
Proxmox, explained by cats. Kitty runs a home lab. She has one big computer.
Yeah, you definitely found a channel.
One for
and he kept scrolling on it.
Database. One for experiments she might break. Buying more computers? Too expensive. So Kitty installs Proxmox. Proxmox is a
My cat, chai latte with oat milk, has something to say about that.
Each VM is its own cat world. Own OS. Own memory. Own CPU. Proxmox also runs containers, lightweight boxes for apps. Kitty manages everything from one web dashboard. If one VM breaks, the others keep purring. Proxmox is perfect for home labs, servers, and self-hosting. More machines, same hardware.
Okay.
VPN, explained by cats. Kitty
How many of these videos did you, grab?
visits websites. Normally, her traffic goes over public...
Okay, you skipped them, you wanted to mess with me? Alright. Then I guess this is the next video. UFD Tech. Alright. You know, the interesting thing about this guy... He blocked me on TikTok. And it's funny because... I think the only interactions I ever had with him were on tech, and I don't know what I did, other than just maybe ask questions, or maybe I just had a disagreement on something he was talking about. But yeah, it's, yeah.
You've shared a Zoom link publicly, there's a good chance that meeting is now an AI podcast. People who think that they're having private meetings are discovering that there's companies out there that are...
Yeah, we actually talked about this the other day. There is a company that basically was going around and more or less telling people, yeah, your Zoom was open, and they're trying to make a whole podcast business out of it. Yeah, people are so scared of discourse. Yeah, and the funniest thing is TikTok is the worst with this, because you will have people that, just because they challenge your worldview or happen to maybe, have a disagreement, will suddenly block you. The only people I really blocked are trolls, toxic people, things like that. You can disagree with me all you want. Maybe I am, in fact, wrong. It happens. I'm human. I'm fallible. But, yeah, it's just interesting. I only noticed UFD blocked me, because, what was it, a few months ago, Vampire sent me a video link, and I had to tell him, like, dude, you're gonna need to download that video and post it up because I think he blocked me. And, like, I have never directly communicated with this guy. So the only thing I can think of is in a comment section, I must have had a disagreement with him, or maybe he did actually put some bad tech information out there and I disagreed with it, because there's actually been several of those, like, I don't know if grifting is the right term, but there have been several of those tech creators that, like, put out tech videos, and, you know, they have, like, this surface level of knowledge, and they, like, may be, like, the smart person in their friend group, but they haven't really gone deep into the professional side, and we've all run into those people that they know just enough knowledge where they think that they're smart about it, and we're like, no, actually, you're really wrong on that aspect of it in technology because of X, Y, and Z. But yeah.
Standalone videos complete with a...
Remember his channel being hit by fake accounts with your face and your name, but knocked off. Wait, fake accounts with my face and name? I know just enough to know I know nothing. Yup, that's a professional for you. I love when people come to me and they're like, you know, I have huge amounts of imposter syndrome. Do you ever get over that? I'm like, nope, it gets worse. What? And I'm like, yeah, because the more you learn, the more you know that you don't know.
Bunch of AI.
Chief has about 25 fakes floating around last I checked. Last I checked, it was 117. I did send that list over to TikTok, though, because now I have a TikTok rep, and they apparently were doing some stuff about it.
Tools like summarized meeting notes, translations, and more. Like a teacher who wanted to host a sensitive call with other educators and local politicians to discuss certain action plans that they did.
Yes, you know, your whole logo and everything. I think you got hit by accident and the whole thing. It's possible.
Didn't want to be posted all over the internet. They were emailed by the company that scraped the Zoom call to highlight how their info got shared on another platform, like it was a good thing. Turns out, unless you have certain lockdowns in place with your calls, there's a bunch of extensions out there that can...
Yeah. Okay, so we already talked about that a while ago. But yeah, imitation is flattery. Yeah, the problem is TikTok was getting a lot of fake accounts and stuff like that, and they weren't doing anything for me. But yeah, just remember us small folk when you make it to the big leagues. Of course, I'm gonna remember all of you. I'm still gonna be working my day job. Like, I've actually talked to, you know, several of my friends about this, because, you know, I'm growing in content and everything. Even if this job happens to make as much money as I do from content creation, cybersecurity, I don't think I'd leave my cybersecurity job. This is always going to be that side hustle thing for me, unless I get to the point where I can genuinely retire and then do what I really want to do, which is investing in tech education and, creating sustainable housing through environmental materials with 3D printing and stuff like that, but that's a whole other thing. I could win the lotto that I don't play and I would still practice. Yeah, if you do win the lotto, share.
DMZ, explained by cats.
Oh god! How many of these cat videos did you get me? Alright, what is this? POV doom scroll.
Jason at? I don't know, he's probably just like doom scrolling or something. Ugh, why is he always on his phone? Phone?
Eliminate self.
Oh, that's a good one.
What do meteorologists do when they get angry? They storm out.
Jesus! Were you on a dad joke kick that day?
Did you know the Earth is 70% water and it's not carbonated? So I guess the Earth is really flat.
Yeah, you were on a dad joke kick that day.
So it's been confirmed that Claude remembers when you curse at it. There was a big data leak today from Anthropic that showed all of their source code, 500,000 lines of everything that goes on in the background. And one of the interesting findings outside of the new 4 models and a lot of other leaks I was in that is that Claude actually logs when somebody curses at it. In other words, if you're like, why isn't this effing working? You know, but you say that to Claude, Claude's not going to say anything to you. It's just going to silently take notes, mark true, and for the future, it remembers that you said that. Why? Why is Anthropic logging this when Claude doesn't care? What are they using this for? This is a very interesting find, but I did a...
Yeah! Why are you documenting when I curse you? Sorry, I just had to do that joke.
A customer questioned extra charges on an electronic receipt and was kicked out of the restaurant by the manager.
Wait, what?
It happened at a restaurant in California. Customer Mark had finished his meal and was getting ready to pay. The server handed him a card reader instead of a printed receipt. It only showed a total with no clear itemized breakdown. After Mark paid, something did not feel right. He said he needed a printed receipt to check the charges. But the manager said the system was electronic and the restaurant did not provide paper receipts.
That's bullshit. Even if, you know, you get a printed receipt, you can still email it or anything like that. So by virtue of you not giving a receipt, that's sketch.
When Mark questioned it again, the manager told them to leave and eventually escorted them out. After the incident, people online were furious. Some said more and more restaurants like using electronic card readers, not because it is more convenient for customers, but because customers cannot see an itemized breakdown of the charges. When customers leave, they do not realize they have been hit with extra fees. The restaurant is hoping customers do not notice those extra charges, so it can make more money. Others added, they would rather spend their money at restaurants that respect customers and are transparent about their charges.
Yeah, I agree. At least when you come to my streams, I come with receipts. I still need to put up that receipt holder that you got me, Jessica. I gotta figure out how to mount that around here. I don't have that much space. But yeah, at least when you're on my streams, you all get receipts. That awkward moment when a streamer has a receipt printer, but apparently they can't be bothered to give a receipt at a restaurant. I processed cards on an iPad and I step back so they can control tips and printing. Yeah. Physical receipts is great for tax season. Yeah, it is, except for, it's annoying to scan those in and put them into my Zoho books. So, I actually just email myself. Well, Micro Center automatically emails me whenever I get a receipt, and that's where most of my expenses go. So it's Micro Center, Amazon, and a few other places. And then I just have to look through my charges and then find the receipt and attach it. But yeah. Alright, what's the next thing?
Hi, I'm Video Games. Here's some shit that happened this week that I didn't report on. Valve now allows users to transfer their Steam balance back to their bank account.
Oh, wait, what?
This is to combat not only gambling, but also use of third-party websites to trade skins in CS and other games. Which means after all these years, my multiple pages of Team Fortress cases might actually have a use now. Xbox announced their new Game Pass called Xbox Game Pass Flex, which is a new lower-tier version of the Game Pass, but with ads. And the ads are actually interestingly implemented because they play when you're in a loading screen, which means
for now,
for example, GTA 5 through Game Pass, you will be able to watch all 3 Lord of the Rings movies in a single loading screen. PlayStation announced Project Playmo, which is their new AI gaming assistant, which seems to be for every gaming platform they need an AI assistant, which helps you play games or even plays the game for you if it...
Oh, what? This is an April Fool's joke?
Hands. And I gotta say, this is garbage! Also, it's powered by Copilot, which isn't that Microsoft Xbox?
Okay. What's this?
Screen Studio is $29 a month. This is a free version. Free and open source for anyone to use. And so this basically just records your screen, edits it, like when you click on something, like zooms in, do you know what I mean? It makes it like automatically a edited video for you. So this is crucial if you're doing stuff kind of like what I do. This is kind of crucial. Basically, yeah, it's free. Screen Studio and Loom, they charge money for this, so this is free. You can run this right now. Mac and Windows.
Let me see this. GitHub.com/Sid Hart Vadum. Oh. Okay. Is this like Kazam? No, this is better. Oh man, where were you when I needed this stuff? So I could totally record a video, do what I need to do. Okay, this will be great. This is gonna be excellent. Oh, they got an app image. Cool. So I just want to see this. All right. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Go to my downloads folder over here. We'll go to open screen. Hmm? Okay. I'll have to troubleshoot why that's not opening later. Alright. I'll definitely have to look at that. But that looks interesting and useful. Alright, next.
Soon the thermal paste you slathered on your CPU is going to be obsolete. There's big changes coming in the world of the goop that goes under your cooler. Instead of using the paste that comes with your cooling tower,
You're gonna be using Goth Girl spit. Sorry, I had to.
Thermal pads, which offer roughly the same cooling performance, but with the added benefit that they don't dry out as quickly and can be used for an extended period of time. But they're now working on thermal pads that have actual vapor chambers in them.
Oh, that is interesting.
The vapor pad is meant to replace even the paste that's used under the metal that you see on your CPU.
Interesting.
The reason is that it allegedly offers 50 to 80 times the thermal conductivity that you get out of what's traditionally used. Additionally, they have a non-metal vapor chamber that can be used in devices that need to prevent extra metal from blocking wireless signals, like in phones. Currently, Serendipity's work doesn't appear to be ready for mass production, but they're showcasing it at trade shows for us to get a taste of what the future could look like if we move on from the plastic applicator era.
Nice.
In 1994, before most people had email, Sega was already streaming full video games through your cable TV wire, not downloaded on a disc, straight through the coaxial cable into your living room.
What?
The Sega Channel, and almost nobody remembers it. What
I didn't know this was a thing.
it accidentally set in motion.
Sega was super ahead of the time.
In gaming history. There's a reason you have broadband internet today that traces back to this thing.
Really?
Companies had to upgrade their entire signal chain just to make Sega Channel work. And those upgraded lines became the backbone of early broadband. There are games that existed inside it that nobody outside of subscribers ever saw. And there's a chapter of this story that only just closed in 2025.
Really? Interesting. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Let me see. How long is this next video? What is this? Okay. 0 standby power. Let's fact check Belkin's bold claim.
Hello. Today I've got an interesting USB charger that uses 0 standby power. So let's tear it.
Oh, this is an auto-dubbed video. No hate to them, but I'm just not interested in going in a zero standby power brick and dealing with staring at somebody's lips being mismatched like a Bruce Lee movie. Mocha, multimedia over coax alliance. Oh, that's where it came from. Huh, interesting. Alright, so we'll move on to the next things before we call it a night, at least these short videos. Yeah, we can go through at least these. Alright, what's this?
Look, guys, I don't want to sound like a bigot, but I do feel like we're getting kind of carried away with all the different sexual orientation flags. Like, I don't need a specific, like, flag for every kind of kink that you have. I saw this one guy's flag. I had to look it up. I didn't know what it meant, but it meant he was into licking boots, and it said MAGA on it or something like that.
I didn't know where he was going with that, but that was good.
Have you ever wanted to flip through your Steam library with your actual hands and fingertips open boxes and read manuals and look at the game and everything? Well, now you sort of kind of can, because Boxroom is going to let you do that. Boxroom is a home designer game that turns your actual Steam library into physical game boxes.
Wait, what?
Decorate a room with them. You can also put them on posters, a bunch of other stuff. You use a catalog to choose your walls, flooring, furniture,
So you buy a game to display your games in a room of all of your games. What? It's VR only.
You want, and incorporates your actual Steam library into the game. It takes the metadata found in each game's Steam page and uses it to generate physical game boxes based on each title, with the game's main image serving as the cover art and its screenshots found inside each box as postcards. Certain games will also unlock secret figures, collector's editions, and upgrades, with developer Nested Loop Studios asking how many are hiding in your collection, which I think that's a very neat idea to add a little bit to it. It's not just, but you never know which one of your games you're going to open and, whoa, this one's got special stuff inside it that the other ones don't.
Is it going to give you the real-life experience if you open up the one game box and you find that you actually put the wrong disc in there, and now you have to go trout down the games that you had to put the right disc in?
It's pretty neat. Not only all that, but you can boot the game directly from Boxroom. Game's description:
oh.
You miss running your finger along the spines of all your game boxes, deciding what you might be in the mood to play? Do you long for instruction manuals, inlays, and that intoxicating plasticky smell when you crack open a new box and bury your nose inside? That's definitely not the first thing I did when I opened a game, burying my nose inside it, but you know. Boxroom is a shrine to all of that, a little space to call your own and a way to explore.
Or how about the 12-page flip books with instructions and demo codes? Yeah! Remember when they actually used to give manuals? Like an understanding of the story and everything, like Legend of Zelda?
Before you ask, yeah, there's a free demo right now and it's releasing soon into early access. Just to give you an idea of what it looks like, you know, here you got like a hammer, you can, break down, change like the shape of the room, stuff like that. There's a catalog that you can pick all your furniture and stuff from.
My Wii games still contain the manuals.
Idea of what some of the games will look like. You see, you can go over here, open it, pull it open and stuff. Look at the contents inside.
It's an interesting concept, but I just wish we would have physical media. But what the hell? What? The car was the remote?
AI isn't just taking jobs anymore, it's restructuring entire industries, and gaming is next. Oracle just laid off 30,000 employees right after investing $300 billion into AI, and those let go aren't just entry-level employees.
Okay.
No, we have senior engineers, architects,
Okay, employees described a reduction in force of at least 30%, with 16 or more engineers from individual business units cut in a single action. Okay. Similarly reported a 30% with the manager level roles included in the sweep. But here's the thing. If I remember, and I think we've talked about this before, because Amazon was doing a flattening to reduce costs. I just wanted to look at this for a sec. Oracle layoffs trigger debate over stock-linked exit patterns amid AI push. Layoff package puts severance benchmarking under the microscope. I'm trying to remember where I read this, but I remember reading it wasn't necessarily like... So, here's the issue, like, whenever anybody's like... Because I hear this all the time with, like, Amazon and Oracle, because they both had layoffs. They're like, well, AI's the reason that, you know, Oracle and Amazon laid off people, and that's not really the answer. Yes, they were laid off due to AI spending. They were spending too much on a technology. Not much different than when Facebook became Meta and invested so much in the metaverse, but nothing much came out of that, and they lost a bunch of money and had to lay off people. Oracle and Amazon basically did the same thing. Amazon and large companies like Amazon and Oracle for years, even before AI, have always gone through reorgs where they would restructure things because there is a lot of redundancies when you work at these big organizations. I had friends that worked at AWS and Amazon and would tell me they would literally go into meetings that were the pre-meeting to the pre-meeting to the meeting. So you would have meetings about the meeting about the meeting. So it's one of those things of like, I take with a grain of salt whenever anybody says AI is the reason why Oracle and Amazon are downsizing, when I'd make the argument that it's more, no, they're overextending themselves in terms of spending, that they're doing more CapEx expenditures, that now they have to reduce their OpEx expenditure. Does that make sense? FANG positions have cycles. Startups and mid-sized companies are more stable. Yeah, exactly. You know, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Oracle, Facebook, pretty much every big company you can think of has gone through ebbs and flows where they've reorged and everything like that. Oh, you forgot to send the gem you found in TypeScript. I want you to see a cybersecurity horror. God, what did you send me? Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? Oh. Select coalesce, no list from publications, energy. Wait. Okay, give me a sec, because I'm not the best on TypeScript. I'm just trying to... From publications, P, okay. Inner joint submissions, S1, okay. Wait, what? I can't read and I'm jelly. That's a type enumeration? From edit decisions, where submissions ID equals S. This is looking like somebody was drinking. Also, this spacing is driving me nuts. 2 more tabs, buddy. 2 more tabs. Line up your brackets. Jesus. Yup. That's called directly in a... Wait, it's called in a request? What the fuck? Yeah, somebody was on something when they wrote that. Yeah, somebody was drinking on the job and somebody needs to get smacked the shit up. Good God. And people are like, oh, you know, AI is gonna, AI is gonna be the reason why we no longer have, hold on. Let me make sure I bring this up. People are like, AI is going to be, like, the reason why we no longer need cybersecurity jobs anymore. And this shit exists. I'm going to guarantee AI, if you don't babysit it, would do stupid shit like this, too. So when people are like, oh, yeah, we could just have AI write that, learn your fundamentals. Otherwise, you do stupid shit like this. Supposedly a senior backend developer. Like, senior as in he has dementia? This is no bueno. No bueno. AI will have a stroke reading that. Will it? I'm just curious. Out of curiosity. Will it know what's wrong with this? Tell me what's wrong with the code I put in the pasted image. I'll have Claude Opus 4.6 go through this. We'll see what it comes out with. The main bug is inconsistent coalesce order with select causes. Okay. This means a row would pass the is not null filter using one locale fallback order, but return a value from a different locale fallback order in the result. We'll pick one consistent order and use it in both places. Enum misuse. TypeScript enum is meant for discrete constant values, not multi-line SQL strings. Bruh. This shit just gave me...
emotional, damn it!
Alright, let's go find your developer. Alright. Let's continue on. Wait. At least get these small videos out of the way. Why did it jump up so much? Alright, we got the dad joke there, we got the video update, we got the Sega Genesis thing, we got the Jesus-looking dude, we got the car. Alright.
Just taking jobs anymore.
Back to this video.
Structuring entire industries and gaming.
Theoretically, you could grab the whole thing from Nmap. Oh, God.
Employees right after investing $300 billion into AI. And those let go aren't just entry-level employees. No, we have senior engineers, architects, program managers, all those senior staff positions gone. And
okay, to be fair, Similarly reported a 30% or greater reduction with manager-level roles included in the sweep. Do you know how many middle managers you have in a lot of companies that basically do nothing but take shit from the higher up, bring it down to the lower level, and they're basically a glorified messenger?
This is what you need to pay attention to when it comes to AI. It's no longer about replacing just one job with AI. It's about companies completely restructuring how they operate because of AI. We already see this in game.
This argument isn't really as impactful as he thinks because companies have been restructuring because of various technological improvements for years. I want you to do a thought experiment. There have been companies that existed before computers existed. They probably had to restructure when they started incorporating computers. Then when internet became a more common thing, and all of these different things. It's not necessarily that AI is the cause of it inherently. It's that technology evolves and we must adapt along with it.
Right? AI art in Crimson Desert, generative AI disclaimers that pop up everywhere on Steam, and that Czech translator who was just fired from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. AI replacement is already happening, but now it's completely changing. Nexon, the publisher of Arc Raiders, just announced that they will be implementing AI across every step of development. Their new Monolake end-to-end intelligence platform is capable of weighing in on every single
And now warehouse workers are restructuring Amazon by lighting them on fire.
production decision.
We didn't start the fire. It was always burning and the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. It was that Amazon worker over there.
Engagement patterns, retention and monetization habits, and live game telemetry. Embark CEO Patrick Sutherland went one step further from this and also stated that he will oversee a company-wide reset to support the creation of successful video games. This is no longer using AI to place something like more trees in a forest. This is a complete restructuring of company infrastructure.
And a lot of those games are going to be the games you're not going to want to play because these are the studios putting out slop. I hate to say it this way, but I really don't have high hopes for Elder Scrolls 6 or GTA 6. Because those are the major studios that have been putting out some of the biggest slop lately. Fallout Boy did a remake of the song, and I love it. Yes, we did. Man burned a warehouse full of supplies by lighting a tower of paper towels on fire, which has caused a class movement across the USA. Oh, has it really?
Are rebuilding the
Good for them. I'm actually a pretty pro-union kind of guy, just saying.
themselves around AI, and we're just getting started.
Dude, where's Jason at? I don't know, he's probably just like doom scrolling or something. Why is he
Oh, you already did the doom scroll video. You put that in twice. Alright, so... Hold on. I have to... For some reason, TikTok does not like Florp. Okay, so what's this?
This is actually really big news. Hey guys, I thought this was an April Fool's joke, but this is actually really big news. The Tiny Corp has released software that allows you to use an Apple Silicon Mac with an eGPU. Let's just read what they say here.
Oh, nice.
If you have a Thunderbolt or USB 4 eGPU and a Mac, today is the day you've been waiting for. Apple finally approved our driver for both AMD and NVIDIA. It's so easy to install now, a Quen could do it. Then it can run that Quen. You know, it's not for gaming, it's not for video acceleration with Final Cut and all that. That's not what it's for. It's for running local LLMs on your Mac, but it's going to help accelerate the process. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. This is really big news. Hey guys, I thought...
But here's the thing. With the amount of money you'd be spending on a GPU and that, and then a Mac, you could get another GPU inside a Linux box. I'm just saying.
Then I also see that
All right, let's see.
Outlooks, and neither one of those are working. If you want to remote in and check Optimus on those two Outlooks, that would be awesome.
Artemis 2 runs into trouble with Microsoft Outlook.
We will join in on your PCD and we'll let you know when we're done.
The whole unplug it and plug it back in, but in space. All right, what's this? Business Insider. Our astronauts on Artemis 2 ran into a problem every office worker recognizes. Yeah, I heard about that. That's kind of funny that it happened. All right, but it is getting late, so I think this is a good time for us to stop right here. But thank you all for joining me. I just had to make a note that what video we're going to be continuing on tomorrow's stream. Thank you all for joining me. If you haven't already, make sure to follow me on all of my socials. Join the Discord, join the Matrix. The links are all in the chat, and if you don't see them, go to the links in bio. I am on Discord, Matrix, Blue Sky, Mastodon, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, as well as Instagram now. I always forget that until the end. But yeah, make sure to follow me on all the platforms. And as always, stay safe. Love you all. Happy hacking. I should see you all tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. That is the next official day. This was an extra stream. Maybe we'll do Thursday and I gotta catch up on a bunch of content because I was slacking. And then Sunday, of course, we have gaming on Linux. So we'll be continuing Red Dead Redemption 2. And I think I figured out the issues. So now I have to figure out these screen quality things that we discovered this stream. But thank you all for joining. Love you all. Stay safe. Stick around for the raid if you're on Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you all tomorrow. It's only a day away.